champions. Around 140 drivers in 4 different classes, representing 18 different nationalities, will go side pod to side pod and draw the battle lines this weekend. The iconic and world-renowned 1,360-metre circuit here at Genk, known also as the home of champions, will again have its silence truly shattered by the Rotax roar. Over the next 36 hours, we will witness 320 minutes or so of competition in both qualifying and racing between the very best of international Rotax talents from far and wide. During the next 191 days, call that 6 months and 8 days, or just over 27 weeks, the 14th season of the BNL karting series will visit both here at Genk and Karting de Fagnes in Marienborg, with the 2021 champions eventually being decided on the 10th of October 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, BNL is back with a bang. Good morning and welcome to Karting Genk. Alex Goldschmidt here on the live stream, but also through the wonders of modern technology will hopefully be heard on the speaker system at the track itself. We have a lot of competition over the course of the next 2 days. We have nigh on 140 different competitors from 18 different nationalities. The biggest representation of that is the Netherlands, with around 40 plus drivers. We have 5 different countries that have actually managed to have entrants in all 4 classes competing this weekend. As per the kickoff a couple of weeks ago, we did find that we are still under the same restrictions, so no micro and mini max drivers this weekend. Hopefully we will welcome our young superstars of the future back a little bit later on the season. So it is juniors, seniors, DD2 and DD2 Masters in competition. Qualifying about to get underway in around 12 minutes. But firstly, I hope you're all keeping well, staying safe. For those watching at home, this is a closed door event, so no spectators allowed on the grounds. It's only the drivers, the teams, any required personnel such as parents or guardians, data engineers, the marshalling team, Team MKG, who do a fantastic job here as always at the Home of Champions. A big thank you once again to our good friends at Camp Company GmbH and also MW Race Consulting, who are providing us with our live streaming and live timing throughout the entire season. The calendar looks as thus. Obviously, we had the kickoff between the 20th and the 21st of March, where we had 4 different winners from 4 different nationalities here at the Home of Champions, and there was some fantastic racing, despite only having just about 100 competitors. But these subscriptions have been rather rapidly rising ahead of this weekend. Senior Rotax, as always, the centrepiece of Rotax competition. It does provide some of the best international talents. We do have former Grand Finals champions. We have current world champions. We have talents from the United Arab Emirates, from Poland, from Russia, from Estonia, the Netherlands, Belgium as well, Germany, France, Great Britain. And this weekend has been rather anticipated. This takes place 1 weekend before the season opener of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, which will be here the next weekend between the 9th and 11th of April. So the calendar for the 2021 season will be here for the next 2 days, the 3rd and 4th of April, at the Easter Bank Holiday weekend. And then in 3 months' time, we head back to Marienborg in the Namur region in Belgium. Karting de Fagnes will be back on the calendar for a second time out of the last 3 years. Obviously, due to last year's restrictions, we weren't able to go and visit Marienborg, but we're looking forward to going back. And then we're back here again on the 9th and 10th of October, where here at the Home of Champions we will be crowning champions. So the format for this weekend and also the weekend results. Well, today is going to be the fast action day, to be completely honest with you. We have 6 qualifying sessions today. We do have They're all 5 minutes apiece. We'll have a further 4 tomorrow. But because of the fact that Senior Road Tax has nearly 70 drivers from 17 different nationalities here this very weekend, we'll actually have two qualifying groups, both decided by electronic lottery. There'll be 5 minutes apiece. So Senior Road Tax Group 1 goes out at 10:15 local time, followed by Group 2. We'll then have two groups of qualifying for Junior Road Tax at 10:45 and 11 o'clock. Then DD2 themselves will be out at 11:15 and DD2 Masters at 11:30. Then the seniors will go into 4 groups, groups A to D, and each driver will be competing in 3 7-minute heats plus 1 additional lap. For the other categories, for juniors, DD2 and DD2 Masters, it will be a pre-final and a final, so their qualifying position will decide their grid position for the respective races. So pre-final will be decided by qualifying, and then final is normally decided by the pre-final results. Following on from that, for tomorrow, we will have 4 more qualifying sessions. That will be for juniors, 2 groups decided by electronic lottery, DD2 and DD2 Masters. After the intermediate classification for Senior Road Tax, the top 30 will automatically proceed to tomorrow's pre-final, and then we will have a second chance heat at 10:45 local time tomorrow morning to decide the last 6 qualifiers for the A pre-final. And we're going to have an A for Senior Road Tax A and B. We are going to have a pre-final and a final for each, and there are trophies up for grab this weekend. So the top 36 will go into the A final, and the remainder of the Senior Road Tax drivers will be able to compete in the B finals tomorrow. So 24 races in all. I'm rather looking forward to it. I know you all in the paddock are hard at work. There's been plenty of hard work behind the scenes to get the karts all ready, shiny, looking pristine. Well, that might not last for long, but they do say that karting is a non-contact sport. Also, this very evening, we will be celebrating the 2020 champions for the BNL karting series for the classes that are currently here this weekend. So it will be juniors, seniors, DD2, DD2 Masters. We know that not everyone's going to be here in terms of that, but we'd like as many people within the paddock as possible. Obviously, maintaining social distancing, wearing your face masks, as has been mandated by the Flemish government and also the Ministry of Sport for Belgium. So very soon we will get things underway in about 5.5 minutes time as qualifying for the first round, well, the first race day of the season, as we have, it always works on a double race day format here at the BNL Karting Series. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time when we have Senior Road Tax Group 1 going out first here at Karting Genk. The green flag waves at the end of the pit lane exit, and we are set to get ready for our first of two senior Rotax qualifying groups. 33 drivers in this one, and the timer has already started ticking down, and now the mind games for the first round of the season truly begin in this session, and they have to be out there very, very quickly indeed. And what you might find is there'll be one or two that might decide to blink and go first, and then everyone follows rather rapidly behind. And someone has decided to take that initial step. So we'll find out very shortly who comes out first on this particular front. And it is Germany's Bastian Barlage in the 392. Venturing out onto the circuit, and hopefully very soon there will be 32 other karts. And look, the floodgates are quite royally opened going out of the pre-grid. So Bastian Barlage making his way down to turn 6, the right-hand hairpin that brings them onto the Europlan. And a lot of drivers in here from the world of karting, as we've already got now. That looks to be Linus Hensen, that's just had a moment. The kart was pointing towards the opposite direction down the main straightaway as he'd come through turn 1 and into the braking zone. In this field, we also have a couple of... we have the current BNL Karting Series champion in Senior Rotax, Sean Butcher from KR Sport. Also, we have the predecessor to Sean in that particular aspect in this qualifying session, the 328 from Belgium of Dylan LaHaye with the GKS Lemons power colours, as always. Ehad Turka, who this season has switched from KR Sport to Bouvin Power. Callum Bradshaw, current FIA World Karting Champion, in this group here as well. So a lot of drivers really getting a lot of karting behind them at this particular moment in time. Nicolas Pico, normally you do sometimes see him in DD2, but he's actually switched to seniors. Aaron Walker, who recently had a victory at Marienburg this past weekend. And there's a lot of slowing down going into turn 10, as Jens van der Heijden from Combicart in the 354 is leading the times in this at the moment, but expect them to drop rather rapidly. And there is the 396. Disaster on the first day of the season for Lucas Schoenmakers in the 396 from the Netherlands, as the drivers making their way through. So Van der Heijden followed by Luna Blum in terms of the drivers to first get under 60 seconds. As you can see, a lot of them coming through turn 6. More drivers crossing line. Callum Bradshaw goes provisional top in this session on a 54.580. Van der Heijden responds, as does Teresa Babičková from the Czech Republic. Jody van der Eyck rounds out the top 4 ahead of Aaron Walker. Luna Blum, Ehad Turka, Adrian Labuda from Poland, Patrick Lokmelis from Latvia, Milan Koppens, Ralf Finkel, Nicolas Pico, Max Busch, Mika Barthélemy from France, and Thomas Martins in the 305. This is Thomas's last competitive race weekend, both in GKS Levens Power colours, but also in karting. He's going to be moving into rallying. I had a lovely chat with him earlier on this week. So we have just over a minute to go in the session. And at the moment, Butcher rounds out the top 10. Bradshaw, Babičková goes sub 54. And Bradshaw has got the initial benchmark to beat, as we have 50 seconds on the clock. Thomas Martins jumps up into P9, and Sean Butcher down in 18th position. He's just under 1.1 seconds off the pace, but sometimes it's not always about where you start, it's always about where you finish in terms of racing. So Bradshaw really putting down a big marker for not just here, but Lewis Gilbert from Strawberry Racing goes to within 60 thousandths. Lewis Gilbert, very, very well known within BNL Karting Series circles. The first time I saw him was actually October 2018 when he was running as a junior, was runner-up in the championship that season. As we are very quickly coming to the end of the session, 32 of the 33 drivers, excluding, well, not including Lukas Schormakers in the 33, have set a respective lap time. Checkered is out for the session. Thomas Martin stays in 10th position at the moment, but Max Busch in the 382 from Kraft Motorsport, 31st, as more times will be set very, very shortly. Callum Bradshaw, Teresa Babichkova and Lewis Gilbert complete the top three at the moment, separated by just under 9/100ths. Gilbert goes provisional top of the timesheets, 53.735 from the dual ride diamond. Sean Butcher resurges to 8th position at the end of that session. Sam Bergstein 9th. Patrick Rundqvist rounds out the top 10. As more drivers making their way across the line. Does Bradshaw have a response? Milan Coppens 5th. Aaron Walker 6th. So the top 10 in that session covered by just over 0.3 of a second. So Lewis Gilbert sets the initial pace in this session. Looks to be another car on the inside of turn 9 that has come to a grinding halt on that particular occasion. So Lewis Gilbert will have the benchmark time for Group 2 to beat. That is a 53.735 second lap time here. Callum Bradshaw was second quickest. So two Brits from Strawberry Racing at the front of the field. Teresa Babichkova from the Czech Republic, she takes 3rd position in that session. Ahead of Juho Valtonen from Finland, Milan Coppens, Aaron Walker, Ehad Turka, Sean Butcher, the defending champion, in 8th. Sam Bergstein and Patrick Rundqvist rounding out the top 10. So it was Ralf Winkel, Patrick Slock-Mellis, Thomas Martins 13th. Nicolas Picot, Luna Blum rounds out the top 15, covered by just under 4.5 Danny Van Hoyten, Mika Barthélemy, Dylan LaHaye in 18th, Beer Dorrestein, Yashram Jankan in 20th, ahead of Van der Heijden, Van der Eyck, Labuda, Edquist, Hunt, Westhovens, Henson, last year's 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany Senior Rotax Champion, all the way down in 27th, ahead of Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Bastian Barlage, Luca Köster, who's getting prepared for his first Rotax Max Euro Trophy campaign next week, down in 30th. 31st, Max Busch. Tern Schmidt was the last of the drivers, as now Lukas Schormaker's X-Spree chassis will be put onto the back of the recovery vehicle trailer there. As always, the marshals and the recovery crew do a fantastic job of getting things back together. So that rounds out qualifying for Senior Rotax Group 1. And very shortly, we will be getting underway with Group 2 for Senior Rotax. The green flag waves for the second group of qualification for senior road tax, and one driver has already decided to sprint out of the blocks and not wait. And that is Estonia's Devon Sagadi in the 3:55 with Dan Holland Racing. And so Devon will get the idea of what the track is all about. We've got quite a few competitors here as we are waiting for the surge, the dam floodgates to be opened in the pre-grid, because we have 33 more drivers. So that gives us 66 senior road tax drivers. So we'll have about 30 competing for B final honours this weekend. So the timer is about to hit 4 minutes to go on the clock. And in this particular occasion, Sagadi is trying to keep the tyres up to temperature and get ready as more drivers out. Danny Prins from the Netherlands now makes his way out as everyone else starts coming out. James Lingard from the United Kingdom, Bart de Wit, Emily de Hoys, who is now signed for F4 this year. She's made her return to karting. You have Mark Kimber, former Junior Road Tax Grand Finals champion. He's with us here this weekend. We also have quite a few other drivers from a variety of different nationalities. Luca Thiel, Max Stemmerdink, Paul Forkimer, hailing from France. Lachlan Robinson from the United Arab Emirates in the 316, the only driver to actually qualify for the Grand Finals outside of his outside of the UAE for the first time in its history, despite the Grand Finals being unfortunately cancelled, having been originally rescheduled to take place in January of this year at Portimao. So Sagadi has set a benchmark. Danny Prince has gone in with a 58.4. James Lingard goes in with a 57.081. Buzz Janssen follows suit and goes 58.1. So the times are changing quite considerably. Mark Kimber up to 5th. Storm Brower. And they are changing all the time. It's that quick in these qualifying sessions. And the top 21, rounded out by David Lackner from Austria, is covered by about 2.9 seconds. We saw that the top 30 or so drivers in Group 1 were covered by less than a second. And I don't doubt for a moment that this will be exactly the same here. However, the drivers are going to do their level best. And Danny Prince has gone quickest, 54.816, the time to beat. Actually, there is a bit of a slight twist, because I've just noticed that the front fairing has been identified on Lewis Gilbert, so whether Gilbert's time will be rescinded as a result of that may drop Lewis Gilbert down the classification. But Lachlan Robinson quickly jumps to the top of the timesheets, 54.441. But then Nick Cuppins in the 374 from Dams Racing goes top of the timesheets by over 2.5 tenths of a second, 54.172. So in that kind of respect, these drivers still have a bit more work to do. There's a lot of trains happening here at the moment. Other drivers in this. Luca Lystra has just gone through turn 10. Danny Prins goes and puts in a 54.110 with just over a minute and 10 on the clock still to go. Dropping James Lingard. Well, Lingard's gone to within a 1/100th. Lystra drops to 3rd. Wout Kersens, well, Storm Brouwer's just gone top of the timesheets, 54.053, but then Lachlan Robinson responds with a 53.969 with 47 seconds on the clock. And at the moment, as Cuppins again retaliates, oh, that's very, very close indeed. A 53.753 from Nick Cuppins. Robinson is the only other driver in the session to secure a sub-54 second time. Storm Brouwer rounds out the top 3. It's Danny Prince, James Lingard, Wout Kerstens, Luca Lystra, Christian de Klein, Mark Kimber and Max Stemmerdink rounding out the top 10. They are covered by just over 4 tenths. Top 29 covered by just under a second. And some drivers will have an additional flying lap to play with as soon as they cross the line. Kimber's gone up into third place on a 50.044, but then Max Stemmerdink responds. Lachlan Robinson does not improve. He puts in a 54.2 on his final lap. Nick Cuppens a 53.753. And in that particular occasion, Nick Cuppens takes the session, a 53.753 second lap time from the Belgian, the 374 from Dams Racing. Then it's Lachlan Robinson in second from the UAE with KR Sport. Max Stemmerdink from the Netherlands. Mark Kimber yet to cross the line again. Danny Prince goes over the line in sixth place. James Lingard takes ninth in the session as a few drivers start exiting stage left coming out of turn 11. Now Robinson's dropping down the order, and that's as a result of Kimber going second, Luka Lystra third. Eliska Babichkova sets exactly the same lap time as Lachlan Robinson, but I would hazard a guess that Robinson, normally if it's in qualifying, if two people set exactly the same lap time, the person that sets it first is the one that gets the benefit of the doubt. However, we'll wait for the official results. Max Stemmerdink, Storm Brouwer, Danny Prince, Bas Janssen, Christian de Klein and James Lingard round out the top 11 positions, covered by just over 0.3 of a second. Wout Kirstens, Luca Thiel, Lars Zanen, David Lackner, Paul Fokkema, Gilles Chloé, Noah Hipp, Sem van Til, Lester Ellenkamp, Clementine Benoit, Devin Sagadi, Emily De Hoys, Mario Sidler and Anthony Boulou round out the top 25, covered by just under 0.7 of a second. Bart de Wit and Flint Schuring set exactly the same lap time, but Bart de Wit will take 26 in the session. Remco Baan, Colin van Lammeren, Julien Asch, Yuri Tenhef, Stéphane Lemounot and Antoine Antier round out the 33 strong, all covered by 1.574 seconds after that fast-paced 5-minute session. So that is Senior Rotax, and is their qualifying done and dusted for the weekend. So they have racing all the way through the next 2 days. And in terms of those wondering where you can find the results, if you head to the official BNL Karting Series Facebook page, if you head there, you'll find the links for live timing, the results, and also the virtual notice board as well, which will talk about, well, it will have any sort of report. So say, for example, any decisions that have been made by race control as such. And I'm just going to have a quick look. So Nick Cuppens has taken pole position for, and that's provisionally speaking, because they've still got to do the technical and sporting checks. So as a result of Lewis Gilbert's top time, well, he got a front fairing penalty. That gives you an automatic 3-place deduction or demotion in your qualifying session. So Callum Bradshaw effectively was at the declared top of Senior Rotax qualification, and what that means is that Nick Cuppens will lead Group A, and very soon we will have the idea of who will be racing in what heat. So they'll be split into 4 different groups: Groups A, B, C and D. The first race of the weekend will be Senior Rotax at 12:15, Groups A versus B. However, in just over 5 minutes' time, Junior Rotax will be out for their first qualifying session of the season. 2 qualifying sessions down, 4 more to go. Next up, it is Group 1 qualifying for Junior Rotax here at the home of champions for the first round out of 3 for the BNL Karting Series here in 2021. Alex Goldschmidt on commentary throughout the entire weekend, and it's so good to see that there is actually a little bit of sunshine peeking through the clouds. But again, it will be a 5-minute qualifying session, and the intermediate qualifying aggregate will be based on the results of the 2 qualifying sessions. 18 drivers now making their way out onto the grid. And we do have quite a few familiar faces from this. Good to see the likes of Olivier Jonkers. Montego Maassen steps up from Mini to Junior this year. And we've also got the likes of Casper Schormans, one of the youngest, if not the youngest. Tom Braken from SP Motorsport, who will again represent Belgium in the FIA Academy Trophy this season. He's running with us in the 218 from Stampex Motorsport. Joris Schoens, Baptiste Levezak, a newcomer here to the BNL Karting Series. Ethan Jeff Hall from Great Britain in the 295 from Strawberry Racing. Moved up from Mini, now running as a junior, as we will find some of the drivers going side pod to side pod, but it's about who's going to get the best foot forward in qualifying, as there are several overtakes happening through turn 12. Joop Briefeld puts the initial benchmarker down, a 1 minute, 0.808 from the Dutch driver in the 205 from JJ Racing, running on the X-Bree chassis. Enzo Boll first came across that name back at the 2018 BNL Rotax Golden Trophy. And he's running also in the JJ Racing colours. So 3 drivers. Well, as I say that, one driver now has yet to set a competitive lap time. That has now changed. So all 18 drivers have set a lap time. So it's Briefeld, Enzo Boll, Ethan Jeff Hall rounds out the top 3. Days Dams and Tom Braken round out the top 5. And they are covered by just over 1.5 seconds, but as we have seen in senior Rotax qualifying, as the track evolves, the lap times will come down, the tyres, the engines will be up to full optimum operating temperature, and they will be roaring their way around the track. And as I say that, Joop Briefeld decides to put the hammer down and goes in there with a 56.334. Edgars Vilkans from Latvia in second. Tees Dams and Ethan Jeff Hall round out the top 5 now, as Joris Schoens in the number 262 from the Netherlands on the Tony Kart chassis. As Tom Braken knows this track very well, is actually a former BNL Karting Series champion in Micromax before he went racing elsewhere, and then has made a return to Rotax competition as of last season with Stampex Motorsport. Braken now 93 thousandths of a second ahead of Joop Briefeld. Joris Schoens and Casper Schormans round out the top 4 positions, followed by Latvia's Edgars Vilkans, one of 2 Latvians in this class, and Tomas Stolsamanis, who'll be in Group 2, won the BNL Karting Series kickoff ahead of Kai Rilets, who last year took the Euro Trophy and was in competition for the Junior Rotax crown for BNL Karting Series. However, that was taken eventually, if memory serves me correctly, that would have been Tim Gerhards, who has now moved on into other categories within karting. And it was also the final time that Lukas Schormacher, I think, was on a podium, virtually speaking, at that particular point. As you can just see some of the drivers. There's Ethan Jeff Hall. Very, as they say, small in stature, but big with heart. And that just goes to show how competitive some of the drivers here is. You can tell that these drivers are pushing rather fastidiously. Tom Braken, with 55 seconds on the clock to go, has a 35,000 second of advantage ahead of Casper Schormans. Edgars Vilkans in third. Montego Maassen from Germany rounds out the top 5 as Theo Blin from France goes up into first, followed quickly by Joris Schoens. And Theo Blin puts in a 55.355 second lap time. Some drivers making their way down the Europolan. And at the moment, rounding out the 18 strong is Kachmi's Richard Thomas in the 220. The entirety of this qualifying group covered by 1.176 seconds. Shawmans now has the top time, and it's an SP Motorsport 1-2 at the minute with 5 on the clock to go. 7/1000 separates Shawmans from Braken. As the checkered now is out for the session, Joip Breedveld, who led initially in this session, takes 10th place but gets dropped out of the top 10 courtesy of Max Knappen. Teesdams rounds out the top 9. Good, impressive first qualifying effort in junior Rotax by Ethan Jeff Hall, as he places 6th in the session. As Tom Braken doesn't have enough in the tank, Casper Shawmans takes top of the timesheets here in Group 1 for junior Rotax qualifying with a 55.295 second lap time. So that is the time for Group 2 to beat, and they'll be up very, very shortly. So Casper Shawmans from the Netherlands in the 244, one of the youngest, if not the youngest, on the grid this very weekend, like he was at the kickoff 2 weeks ago. A 55.295 from the young Dutchman. Tom Braken in the 218 makes it an SP Motorsport 1-2 in that kart. 7/1000ths behind. Theo Blau in the Team Kart Management Tony Kart from France takes 3rd ahead of Joris Schoens. Edgars Vilkans from Latvia in 5th, ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall by just 17,000ths of a second. And Vilkans was actually 6/1000ths off of getting past Joris Schoens for 4th. Julian Kloosman and Montego Maassen ran out the top 8. Follow that up with Devian Horst in the 272 from the Netherlands. You've then got Teesdams in the 221 from Belgium. Then a trio of JJ Racing drivers, Max Knappen, Joip Breedveld and Enzo Bol, all representing the Netherlands in the 248, the 205 and the 255 respectively. Then you've also got Olivier Jonkers in the 216 from Dams Racing, Baptiste Levesac in the 279 from France, running as an independent, Rune de Bruyke in the 297 from GKS, Ralph van der Peyvert and Richard Thomas round out the 18 strong, with Casper Shawmans taking the top time in that session. And in just under 8 minutes' time, we'll be back with Group 2 for junior Rotax in qualifying. The green flag waves for the second group of junior road tax drivers here in qualifying for the opening round of the BNL karting series, and it looks like it's 3 abreast before we even get started. Oh, calm down, drivers. As they now make their way out onto the circuit, 1,360 metres of prime asphalt here at the circuit, and the sun really starting to beat down here at karting Genk. And in terms of the temperatures at the moment, 8 degrees, looks to be highs of around 12 degrees Celsius here today. So Enzo van der Dickenberg is the first driver out there at the moment in the 252. Running on the Van den Dickenberg running on the Sodi kart chassis. We've got quite a few other drivers here. Austin Lee from Germany. Kai Rielertz needs no introduction. Fahin Mega, newly switched to JJ Racing for 2021 and made his competitive debut with the team at the BNL Karting Series kickoff 2 weeks ago. Tommy van der Struijs from Combi Kart making his return back to the circuit after a very good weekend at the office 2 weeks ago, where he took 3rd place behind Kai Rielertz. But Tomas Stolsamanis from Latvia is the one that we really need to keep our eyes on, because the Latvian on the 213 was pretty dominant, pole position at the kickoff, and then won every single race that was put in front of him, and was battling away all through the weekend with Kai Rielertz. As we can see on our screens, that is Nick Gerhards, who's just made a couple of moves through turn 6 going into the Europalan benchmark. Well, Kai Rielertz has just gone exactly 60 seconds dead to the decimal point. Enzo van der Dickenberg now in 2nd, Tommy van der Struijs 3rd, Luke Neeson, Tomas Stolsamanis rounds out the top 5. Austin Lee running 8th in this session behind Bruno Molders and Matthijs Turlo, as Van den Dickenberg goes up into provisional top of the timesheets. Farin Mega goes up there, but then Thomas Stolsamanis decides to really put everyone on notice once again, like he did 2 weeks ago. 55.818 second lap time for the 218, but Kai Rielertz responds and puts in an absolutely blinding 55.618. That is exactly 0.2 of a second quicker than Stolsamanis. And then Bach Mathiuk from the Netherlands, Bruno Molders and Farin Mega ran out the top 5 positions. Tommy van der Struijs, Luc Neeson, Nick Gerhards, Enzo van den Dickenberg, Antoine Brogiot from France ran out the top 10. There's Turlo, Stiak, Lee, Strauven, Stevens, Gubbles and Louette. So we have 35 junior road tax drivers here this weekend. Stolsamanis, whoa, that's a lap time and a half. 55.255. So that means that Casper Schormans will not be in, more than likely, Group A. He'll be in Group B. He won't be in. He'll be 2nd on the grid for the pre-final a bit later on. It's all based on aggregate times. But Kai Rielertz, Matthijs Turlo, Bruno Molders, Nick Gerhards, they have a minute and 20 seconds to get themselves that little bit further up the order to try and make sure that they get, one of the biggest things about karting, try and qualify towards the sharp end or the back end of the field, because if you qualify in the mid-pack, we all know that on rolling starts, grid position is key to a good getaway. Stolsamanis, last time around, well, I mean, he's basically going to be cruising for the rest of the session, which is about 55 seconds to go. But he's not. He's just put in a 55.181. But then Matthijs Turlo has literally dropped Stolsamanis like a fall from grace. 11 thousandths quicker goes Matthijs Turlo in the 274. No, that was Kai. Well, Turlo in the 242, but Kai Rielertz has gone in and put in a 55.008. So the defending Rotax Max Euro Trophy champion, who's also going to be competing in that next week to defend his title. So just under 10 seconds to go. There's Austin Lee, and then you've also got the 275 of Luke Neeson running on the CRG chassis. Austin Lee trying to get out of the top 10 of this session, but the checker is out. Who is going to get the top of the timesheets? Who is going to take pole Foreign Mega 6. Stolson Marnis can't get close to Rielers. So Rielers draws first blood officially in the season with a 55.008 second lap time. Absolutely brilliant work there by Kai Rielers to put the kickoff behind him. So Rielers takes first in that session and effectively will put himself on pole position for the pre-final later on today, which will take place at 12:55 local time. That's 11:55 British summer time to our friends over in the United Kingdom. So we hope you're all well, and we know that some are watching from their humble abodes, including Jennifer Gilbert and Katie Anderson as well, family of the Dalry Diamond Lewis Gilbert, who is fourth in his Group 1 qualifying earlier on today. But it was Rielers that took the session with the 55.008. Thomas Stolsamanis from RM Latvia got to within 52 thousandths. Matis Turlo and Thomas Strauver round out the top four for Strawberry Racing. Nick Gerhards from SP Motorsport in fifth, ahead of the JJ Racing pairing of Bruno Molders and Farin Mega. Janis Diak from Kraft Motorsport, Javi Bachmachtiuk from GKS Lemons Power, and Luke Neeson on the CRG round out the top 10, followed by Vic Stevens, Austin Lee, Antoine Brogio. Tommy van der Stroys has a lot of work to do, but we have seen him charged with the field before, like at the kickoff 2 weeks ago. Enzo van den Dickenberg, Boluet, and Puck Gubbles round out the 17 strong. But Rielers asserts dominant in junior Rotax qualifying. So we have about a 10-minute, well, just under 10-minute break until DD2 comes out to play. So we will be back with them and with you all very shortly. So the green flag waves for our penultimate qualifying session of the day, and this time it is DD2. So quite a few familiar names, including the likes of two-time BNL Karting Series champion Zonda Triblak, who took the title back in 2018 and 19. And now also the current and reigning defending champion, Glenn Van Parijs in the 401 from Bouvin Power. Also welcome back to Sebastian Decant, who celebrated his birthday yesterday. So many happy returns to the 447 from Dams Racing. Mick Knowlton, also very, very well known within GKS and also in the BNL Karting Series. He's back with us again. So we also have the likes of David Maslakovic. We also have Manuel Tenschat, Imke Arts, Davide Fore from Italy, Ricard Subekis, Henry Ayres joins us. So this is, so Henry is the 2020, now, and I think the commentator's curse has already struck early because Sebastian Degrand has just pulled off to the side of the circuit off of the exit of turn number 9. Fabian Bock, who's moved from seniors to DD2, the Voigt Motorsport driver, goes to the top of the timesheets, and along with him, that is Mark Bartels that was at the top of the timesheets, but Henry Ayres quickly jumps up to the top of the timesheets. Mark Bartels now has gone to Dor Motorsport with the Kart Republic backed team. He was so a lot of drivers making their presence felt here today. Henry Ayres, the 2020 Motorsport UK British Kart Championships Rotax 177 driver, now makes a gearbox debut here in continental Europe, and he's second at the moment with a 57.437. Ricard Subekis leads the way. So no Paulo Bisancine from France, who won the kickoff a couple of weeks ago. He'll be on his way here the middle part of next week as someone goes off very, very wide indeed. That is the 484 of Austria's Manuel Tenschat, as Matis Malinovskis makes it a Latvian 1-2 at the moment with just under 2.5 minutes on the clock remaining. Ricard Subekis, Henry Ayres rounds out the top 3, and it is consistently changing. Robert Chorpian in the 477, running with Karchmi. He now makes himself his presence known. Mick Knowlton jumps up into second position behind Sebastian Janczewski from Poland in the 483. And then Glenn Van Parijs makes his way to the top of the timesheets, quickly followed by Davide Fore as Fabian Box takes third. Ragnar Virus, another Estonian here, normally frequents the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, up into provisional pole position with just over a minute and a half still to go. So Sebastian Degrand will start from 21st position on the grid, unfortunately, for the first pre-final of the weekend, which will take place at 13:20 Central European Summer Time. That's 12:20 British Summer Time. And at the moment, all the way down to 19th, which is rounded out by Henry Ayres from Great Britain. And there are 8 Brits here this weekend, 1 in juniors with Ethan Jeffel. You've got 6 seniors and then also 1 DD2 driver. Van Parijs goes in and puts in a 53.134 second lap time, a couple of tenths off of his shattering lap record he did 2 weeks ago at the kickoff. It was in the 52.9s that particular occasion. Some of the drivers making their way through. Zonda Triblak there on your screens. And that looks to be, I think possibly, yes, that is the 481 of Fabian Bock just up ahead. As Janczewski does not improve, goes exactly 0.2 of a second slower than his previous lap time, which is a 53.219, enough to put him on the front row of the grid. But the time is fast ticking away. Some drivers now deciding to abort their final laps. But Zonda Triblak will cross the start-finish line very, very shortly as he comes out of turn 12. Does he improve? No, not on that particular occasion. Ragnar Virus in third place. Drivers getting their heads down. Jarne Goossens crosses the line. In the 490 from Sheepers Racing. Takes 8th position. Manuel Atencio will start 15th. Matis Malinovskis 9th. Henry Ayres will start in 20th position. His best effort of a 54.208. Very different going from a direct drive to a gearbox, I must be completely honest with you, for any driver. However, he's going to be putting himself against the very best. But Glenn Van Prijs takes the session with the 53.134. Sebastian Janchevski will line up alongside the defending champion on the front row, and has put in a 53.219. Ragnar Virus now coming through, has now come through and completed his final lap. He takes P3, puts in his, wasn't his best effort on the last lap as the rest of the drivers come through. Davide Fore from Italy takes 4th. SP Motorsports Zon of Schublak takes 5th place ahead of Fabian Bock, who was just 7 thousandths off of the two-time former champion. Mick Knowlton in 7th, Jarne Goossens 8th, Matis Malinovskis, Kasper Bialeski in 10th position, Mark Bartels, Robert Chopin, David Maslakovitz, Bart van Vlimmeren, Manuel Atencio ran out the top 15, covered by just under 0.7 of a second. Maxim de Riech, Dan Zopfi, Imke Arts, Richard Subekis, and Henry Ayres all completed a lap time, all within 1 second of each other. And Sebastian Legrand, unfortunately, not setting a single competitive lap time. Well, that is the penultimate qualifying session of the day, but not of the weekend, I might add. Done and dusted. So in just about 8.5 minutes' time, we will go to our final qualifying session, and we will have DD2 Masters up next. So for the final qualifying session of the day, we will have 13 drivers making their way out onto the circuit. And it looks like people might have worried about possibly packing sunscreen. Well, it looks like that might be the case, but I'm sure that through my colleagues over at the circuit that it's definitely still very, very windy. As you can see the green flag waving forwards and backwards on the start-finish straight. And, oh, now that's Pritsai from Estonia, the 501. You can just tell that he's pushing down on the throttle to try and see if there's a throttle response, if there's an issue with the cable, if it can be something as small as a nut or a washer that can really, really stop your run during a race or during qualifying. And so Pritsai might have a bit of a drama. I think he's started to get going again. He's just about to head through to the Europolan, but he's looking rather slow in that kart. So we have Ian Gebts, Christoph Adams, who again has decided to go for his Dutch Dutch racing licence, not the Belgian one that we'll see him in next week. Dimitri Ostrovsky from Germany, Juris Zalaitis from Latvia. Oh, Goose is back as well. Good old Frederick Baker has decided to come back and have a bit more fun behind the wheel. And goes P2 initially, but Rudy Champion, last year's DD2 Masters champion, taking the title away from Carl Klibbel, who now has switched this season from Boogan Power to KMD. So Carl Klibbel now running on the Sodi kart chassis. Oh, now that is Pritsai, and that kart needs to be pulled off of the racing line, which I'm sure that the marshals will be doing now, so there will be a yellow flag situation, so no overtaking going on to the Europolan. So Pritsai will start from 13th for the first pre-final for DD2 Masters. That will be at 13:45 at 12:45 p.m. UK time. So Rudy Champion puts the marker down, and then Ostrovsky responds, so does Ian Getz. But then Champion puts in a blinder, 55.119 from the Frenchman. The PKS competition driver was confirmed as the 2020 champion at the Rotax Max International Trophy at Portimao in December of last year, and it was a privilege to be there myself personally, and yeah, wished him many congratulations. And this evening he will receive his championship trophy, which we will put on the relevant social media channels for the BNL karting series a little bit later on, and just to give everyone a bit of a reminder that those on site that are able to attend, obviously make sure that you maintain social distancing, wear your face mask, and also wash your hands as regularly as possible. But Rudy Champion into the 53s now, 53.824 from the 544 from PKS Competition. Carl Klebot running on the Sodi kart. So these two drivers could be the ones to watch this season. Ian Gepps, Tom Dessert also with us as well. The only driver in recent history of the BNL Karting Series to successfully defend a BNL Karting Series kickoff title. He did that in the rain in 2020, and on the last lap of the last race of the weekend 2 weeks ago, Tom Dessert took a second successive BNL Karting Series kickoff title. 45 seconds on the clock. The top 12 of the drivers have unfortunately, not including Pritsai from Estonia, have all set a lap time, all within a second and a half of each other. And there on your screens, you've got the 5.53 of Frederick Baker. He's running in 11th position at the moment, the Bouvin Power driver. So Champion still leading. 15 seconds on the clock to go in qualification, and that will conclude qualifying for the day here on race day 1 out of 2. We do have another packed programme tomorrow. Bruno dos Santos who was on the podium last time out as well at the kickoff. P3, I think, if memory serves me correctly. So checking us out for the session. Crossing the line first. It was Getz and Ostrovsky. Baker starts 11th. Rudy Champion didn't need to improve on that lap time, but Carl Clairbort's the one that I really need to keep an eye on, as well as Tom Dessert. Dessert does not improve. Carl Clairbort, I think, might have called it a day on the qualifying session. So Rudy Champion takes pole position for DD2 Masters for race day 1 out of 2 on a 53.735 second lap time. And there he is, coming through the exit of turn number 9. And it looks like he's possibly got... I'm just wondering who that is just in front. Couldn't really catch the number there, but Champion takes the session. Carl Clairbort in second. De Backer back for another season. Tom Dessert rounds out the top 3 with Ian Gepps, makes it 3 Belgians in the top 4 as the recovery vehicle now makes its way over towards the Europalan to pick up Pritzai's stricken kart. Christoph Adams running under a Dutch licence this weekend, the 555 with the Atomica chassis, will be ahead of KMD's Bruno dos Santos. Dimitri Ostrovsky, who is running on the Sodikart chassis as well. The German rounds out the top 7 ahead of Slavomir Moransky, who I understand makes his BNL karting series debut. He was the inaugural Rotax Max Euro Trophy DD2 Masters champion back in 2018. Christophe Capitain, Jonathan Wimont, Frederick Bakert, Juris Salaitis and Pritzai round out the 13 strong. And Pritzai taking a look at the vehicle before the recovery vehicle comes in to front and centre to pick up both kart and driver. That is it for qualification here for the first day of the BNL Karting Series opening round here on the Easter Bank holiday weekend. We go lights out and racing for the first time at 12:15 local time. That will be in just under 40 minutes 40 minutes time. Join us back then as the action truly gets underway for season 14.
they use points to ranking up the heats. Yeah? There are only 45 heats now. So first of all, you have to finish the race, and then you have to finish in a good position to bring good points for the ranking up the heats. Yeah, we have a lot of drivers in the senior class. So many drivers will miss the finals. Yeah. So you need the good points for ranking up the heats. So first of all, you have to finish it, and you have to finish it in a good position. That means if you make a silly action, make a collision or something, you get a penalty, and you drop back. Because the time in the class is really high, so you get a 5-second penalty and you drop back the race. Okay, so first of all, fight hard for your position, but keep space for the
So season 14 officially gets underway here under the sunshine at the home of champions karting Genk in Belgium. It is the first of 6 senior Rotax heats. It is groups A versus B this time out. So without further ado, let's take you through the first starting grid of the weekend. On pole position, Nick Cuppens from Belgium, and he will have FIA World Karting Champion Callum Bradshaw alongside Luca Lystra from Belgium and Juho Valtonen round out the top 2 rows. Then it's the UAE's Lachlan Robinson and Belgium's Milan Coppens rounding out row number 3. Storm Brouwer from the Netherlands and Eha Turka, the sole Turkish representative here this weekend, rounding out row number 4. Bas Janssen and Sam Bergstein make it an all-Dutch row 5, completing the top 10, followed by James Lingard from Great Britain, Ralf Winkel from the Netherlands, Luca Thiel and Thomas Martins from Germany and Belgium respectively. They round out row 7. David Lackner and Luna Blum, that's row 8. Noah Hip and Mika Barthelemy round out row 9, with Paul Fochgimmer and Beer Dorrestein rounding out the top 20. Completing the 34 strong in this heat will be Clementine Benoit, Jens van der Heijden, Emily de Hoys, Adrian Labuda. Then you also have Anthony Boulou, Daniel Hunt, Flint Schuring, Linus Henson, Colin van Lammeren, Bastien Balage, Yuri Tenhef, Max Busch, Stefan Lemuneau and Lucas Schoenmakers will start 34th on the grid. So 7 minutes plus an additional lap sets on the timer, and this will be the first minutes of 320 minutes, well, of the, what is it, quite a few minutes of racing action, well over 4.5 hours of competition, as it's now time to get things underway. The drivers now start to hurtle their way through into turn 10 at formation lap speed, but this is where things are going to get rather interesting. So it is Cuppens from Bradshaw on the front row of the grid. They're the ones that have to dictate the starting part of this race, but there is a couple of stragglers at the back. Let's see what happens. Looks like we are off and away for the first time this weekend. Nick Cuppens goes defensive on Callum Bradshaw. Luca Lystra going up the inside, trying to go side by side with the Brit, but Bradshaw makes it through going into turns 3 and 4 for the first time. Juho Valtonen in 4th. Lachlan Robinson has just lost out to Milan Coppens on the first exchange, as Coppens trying to wrestle his way. Oh, there's been a couple of carts going around, and it looks like Valtonen also got spat out on the entrance into the Europalan, so that has allowed Lachlan Robinson to get back up. I think now that is going to be 4th position for the Dubai-based driver. 6 minutes and 25 seconds to go, and at the minute Nick Cuppens still leads from Callum Bradshaw, Luca Lystra, Lachlan Robinson, Milan Coppens. That rounds out the top 5. So very shortly we'll find out who those which carts were literally coming together going through exit of turn 6. So the top 3 covered by just over 3/10, as there is Bradshaw. He's got up the inside of Cuppens, and Lystra has managed to get through too. So the current FIA World Champion makes his way through into the lead of the race with just under 6 minutes remaining on the clock, plus an additional lap. So Callum Bradshaw leads from Luca Lystra. Nick Cuppens now demoted down to 3rd place. Lachlan Robinson's got some time to find over the next couple of laps or so. And whilst he was battling away with the likes of Juho Valtonen, who's down in 6th place behind Milan Coppens, Ralf Winkel, drivers that have dropped down the order. Looks like Storm Brouwer has tumbled down the order. Colin van Lammeren as well. Lucas Schoenmakers up into 27th position. So these drivers now really pushing. Robinson has closed the gap to the top 3. It was 9.5 tenths last time around. Goes down by just over 3 tenths as Lystra looked up the inside of Bradshaw there, going through into turns 1 and 2. Cuppens keeping with them, and Juho Valtonen has just set the fastest lap time of anybody, a 54.391, and 90 thousandths slower was Lachlan Robinson from the UAE, as Robinson now looking to close in on Nick Cuppens, and he is bringing along with him Milan Coppens and Juho Valtonen. Luca Thiel has got James Lingard, Ralf Winkel and Thomas Martins for the close company. They close out the top 10, and then you've also got Luna Blom. She's charged her way forward up to 11th position. So the top 30 after intermediate classification today will head into the A finals, pre-final and final, as now there is the move there from Cuppens up the inside of Lystra. Robinson showing good pace in free practice yesterday, actually finished top of the timesheets for free practice 5 in his in the evens, and was showing in the top 5 to top 10. And now this is going to really start igniting the battle lines being drawn here at Karting Genk, and there is dramas for that. Looks to be the 371, I believe. I couldn't really catch that out. It was a 37 at the front of it. That could be Yuri Tenhef possibly. Or no, David Lackner. That looks like a Sodi kart there. So Bradshaw starting to stretch a little bit of an initial advantage over the rest of the field. Nick Cuppens keeping those behind him, and it is the Nick Cuppens train. Forget the train name that was given to one Enzo Trulli. Jarno Trulli back in the day. His son Enzo is competing in single seaters now. But Robinson waiting for his time to strike. There is a yellow flag coming out of turn 5. And that will be heading onto the Europlan. So something has gone awry there. Now there's somebody walking away off of turn 6. So Clémentine Benoit in the 302. So there's a lot of drivers. It looks like it was actually Yuri Tenhef there that had a massive moment, and the steering not exactly working as it should do. But Lachlan Robinson gets himself up into 3rd place past Luca Lystra. Milan Coppens and Juho Valtonen are there. James Lingard has managed to get past his way past JJ Racing's young German hotshot Luca Thiel, and has gotten up into 7th and is closing them down. Juho Valtonen has got the fastest lap of the race, but you can now see that Valtonen closing on Coppens. That is for 5th position, and the Finn sends it up the inside through turn 6 onto the Europalan, neatly gets in front of the Belgian. Callum Bradshaw now has a 7/10 of a second advantage over Nick Cuppens. That gap looks to be extending, but Cuppens looks to be coming under fire from Lachlan Robinson from the UAE. Luca Lystra in 4th position. So 2 Belgians in the top 4, followed by a Finn. And then you can now add James Lingard to that battle as well, because he's closed rather quickly onto Milan Coppens. Luca Thiel is battling away with Ralf Winkel. Luna Blom is having to fend off Thomas Martins in the 305, as Robinson waiting, biding his time. So at least he can make the move at the perfect opportunity and not allow Nick Cuppens to have a shot at throwing a counter attack at him. There goes Robinson up the inside. Oh, a little bit of a rub there from Lockie. Up the inside goes Robinson. And on that particular occasion, Robinson had the gap there. It was fair game. He managed to get up the inside. So Robinson already showing a very, very different determination that we saw last season in terms of the Euro Trophy. He was 3rd in the overall classification behind 2-time champion Matilda Olsson and teammate at KR Sport Sean Butcher. So KR Sport locked out the final 2 steps on the rostrum. Bradshaw still leads. We go on to the penultimate lap. And Robinson now has got his way past Cuppens. And so Robinson up into 2nd position and has a bit of light between himself and Bradshaw. But I think to have a 2nd place in your opening heat, each driver will compete in 3 of the heats here today. As we have 10 seconds on the clock to go. Bradshaw leads from Robinson, Cuppens, Lystra, Valtonen, Coppens, Lingard, Luca Thiel, Ralf Winkel and Thomas Martins rounding out the top 10. So Yuri Tenhaf, Stefan Lemonor and Buzz Janssen. That must have been that multi-cut pile-up a bit earlier on. Clémentine Benoit out of the race. Callum Bradshaw comes out of turn 12. So the Strawberry Racing driver will take the final lap board. The first one of the weekend. We have 24 races over the course of the next less than 36-hour period here at Karting Genk. Robinson still keeping it nice and tidy, nice and defensive, not allowing Nick Cuppens to get past. Luca Lystra, Juho Valtonen and James Lingard rounding out the top 6 positions. as the leader makes his way through turn 7 off of the Europalan for the final time. Some great battling up and down the order. Emily de Hoys has made her way up to 18th. Luca Schonmacher started from stone dead last up to 19th position. Erhard Turker has tumbled down the order in the meantime. Is Lingard trying to go up the inside of turn 10 on Valton, and that's not going to happen. But after 9 laps, Callum Bradshaw opens his winning account here this weekend as the Strawberry Racing driver crosses the start-finish line. It's Lachlan Robinson from the UAE that takes second position. Nick Cuppins beats Luca Lystra to the checkered flag by 66 thousandths of a second, and Cuppins as a result takes third place. Luca Lystra takes fourth ahead of Juho Valtonen from Finland, so that is a Brit, an Emirati, 2 Belgians and a Finn in the top 5. James Lingard makes it 2 Brits in the top 6. Luca Thiel from Germany in 7th ahead of Ralf Winkel, with Thomas Martins and Austria's David Lackner rounding out the top 10. Top 10 covered by just 5.3 seconds. So a good start to the weekend for Callum Bradshaw from the United Kingdom. So from 11th downwards, Ludo Blum takes 11th ahead of the French duo of Paul Forquemin and Noah Hip. Beer Dorrestein and Sam Bergstein round out the top 15, representing the Netherlands. Mika Barthelemy and Anthony Bilou, 16th and 17th, ahead of Luca Schonmakers. Emily de Hoys and Linus Henson round out the top 20. Erhard Turker finishes in 21st, ahead of Flint Schuring, whose brother Morris just recently announced this week that he'll be heading to the Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland this season. So all the very best to Morris on his new endeavours. Stormbrower, Daniel Hunt, Colin van Lammeren, Jens van der Heijden, Max Busch, Adrian Labuda, Bastian Barlage. Chris, looks like Milan Coppens parks it with 2 laps to go, and he's 30th. Yuri Tenhef, Stefan Lemonor, Buzz Janssen, and Clementine Benoit were those that retired from the race. So that is Stefan Lemunor's kart being recovered back in. So we should have a couple of others. So that would be Buzz Janssen, Yuri Tenhef as well, I would think, depending on where Clementine Benoit's kart is situated. Well, that was one to open the racing action here for the official 14th season of the BNL karting series. And if that's anything to go by, we haven't seen anything yet. There is Yuri Tenhef's kart there, the 377 representing Germany. And it is all about how in karting, we all know that there are peaks and troughs. And there is one of the other karts. That is Milan Coppens' kart. So off of the exit of, well, that's coming into turn 8. So the Bouvin powered driver now having to, lick the wounds clean and then just get back on with the business at hand, which is to get into the top 30 for tomorrow. Or if you have the opportunity, like Mads Rees did back at the kickoff 2 weeks ago, where he had 2 DNFs in the heats, a win, started on pole position for the second chance heat, then got into the pre-final and the final, went from 7th to, 31st to 13th. The amount of penalties that hit the senior road tax grid on that particular occasion promoted him to 7th, and the Dane in the 379 that will be partnering Silas Ritter in a Ginetta G55 GT4 this season ended up winning the event. So that's how easy. Well, it's not easy. Never is easy when you have to have a comeback like that. But it just shows you that it can be done. So in just over 6.5 minutes' time, we'll get back to racing action. Next up, again, it will be Senior Road Tax, Groups C versus D. So the second race of the day, now about to get going. Senior Road Tax, Heat 2, Groups C versus D. Let's have a look at the starting grid for this one. So 32 drivers about to go into battle. Mark Kimber will lead them away from pole position ahead of Teresa Babičková from the Czech Republic, followed with sister Eliska Babičková. Lewis Gilbert, who was actually dropped 3 places, as I mentioned earlier on, due to a front fairing penalty. Max Demerdink and Aaron Walker round out the top 6 ahead of Danny Prince and reigning and defending champion Sean Butcher. The 301, who runs under a British licence, is actually of Australian descent and now is located currently in London. Christian de Klein and Patrick Rundqvist round out the top 10, with Wout Kirstjens and Patrick Slok-Mellis rounding out the top 6 row. Lars Zanen and Nicolas Picot, that's row 7. Gilles Chloé and Danny van Ruyten, that's row 8. Sem van Thiel, Dylan Lahaye, Lester Ellenkamp and Yash Ramjankan round out the top 20, completing the 32 strong. It is Devin Sagadi, Jody van der Eyck, Mario Sidler, Vilgot Edquist, Bart de Wit, Scott Westhovens, Remco Ban, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Julien Hache, Luca Costa, Antoine Antier and Tern Schmidt. That's your 32 strong grid for this 7 minutes plus 1 additional lap race heat. And I've already seen that there have been 5 front fairing penalties confirmed by scrutineering about from the first heat. So we saw 40 plus from the seniors at the kickoff 2 weeks ago. I'm wondering how many we're going to see this weekend here, as the sun really starting to beat down here at the home of champions. So it's Kimber, Teresa and Eliska Babičková, Lewis Gilbert, Max Demerdink, Aaron Walker, Danny Prince, Sean Butcher, Christian de Klein and Patrick Rundqvist. That is your top 10. So the drivers get themselves steeled and ready. The red lights are on the starting gantry here at the home of champions. Race 2 of the meeting, Senior Road Tax, C versus D. Into the tram lines they go. Are we ready? Are we steady? And we are off and away and racing. Kimber gets a great start as it's nearly 3 abreast. Gilbert trying to go around the outside of everybody through turn 2. You can use the runoff area for the first lap only. If it's 2 wheels out of the side of the tram lines, it's going to be a 3-second penalty. As Sean Butcher has had a rocket ship start as all. Now someone went flying backwards coming into turn numbers 4 and 5. That was the 366, I believe, possibly. Well, I could make it out with a 3 and a 6, but we'll find out very, very soon. That was Wout Kirstjens that was backwards going through at a huge rate of knots. But at the moment, we're about to find out who is in the lead. It looks like Mark Kimber is leading the way ahead of the Babičkovas, as there's quite a few moves up and down the order. Watch who's behind them. As now Kimber, as Eliska Babičková has got ahead of Teresa, and Sean Butcher now up into 4th place. Gilbert up to 5th. Aaron Walker in 6th position. So that makes 2 different nationalities in the top 6. As there goes, I think that is Dylan, that possibly was Dylan Lahaye up the inside for position. Dylan Lahaye currently in 12th position. Well, that will make it possibly 11th if that was Danny van Ruyten he's just passed. As now Butcher going for 3rd place up the inside of Babičková. Teresa Babičková going through into turn 9. So the defending champion looking to get on the best foot forward possible. But Mark Kimber still leads. Eliska Babičková rounds out the top 2. Sean Butcher. There goes Gilbert up the inside of Teresa Babičková. So the dual ride diamond shines once again. As now the lead changes. And that's Teresa Babičková that has gone up the inside as Eliska's got dropping down the order. She's just been passed by not just 1, make that 2 carts. And the one that was behind Aaron Walker was Max Demerdink. As now Teresa Babičková hits the front of the field. Lewis Gilbert has got his way past Sean Butcher for 3rd position as Mark Kimber rounds out the top 2. Rounding out the top 10, Patrick Rundqvist up into 9th past Lokmelis from Latvia. 4.5 minutes to go. Now we thought that the first one was going to be rather spicy. This one has got some sort of real punch behind it in terms of spiciness stakes, because you can't really separate those at the front of the field. And when you're looking at that, that's got Lars Zane at the back end of that train, and that's 13 carts that are in contention for the lead. Oh, bit of side pod rubbing. Oh my goodness me. Now that was possibly Patrick Rundqvist getting his elbows out with the likes of maybe Danny Prince. So this is where things really get interesting, because now Lewis Gilbert, I think he's got past Mark Kimber down the Europelan. That is the case. Lewis Gilbert up into second position. Kimber down to third. Butcher fourth. Walker now fifth. Stemerdink, Eliska Babichkova, Danny Prince, Patrick Rundqvist and Dylan LaHaye. Now LaHaye has actually got past, I think that is Rundqvist he's got past, and now he's closing in on Danny Prince, the 2019 champion, showcasing his savoir-faire around here at Genk. He's now in his 8th season with the team at GKS. So Gilbert has hit the front of the field. He's got past Teresa Babichkova. Kimber up the inside of the 369 from the Czech Republic and gets back into second position. Meanwhile, Aaron Walker closing on Sean Butcher. That's for 4th and 5th. Max Stemerdink completing the top 6 as Kimber. That is Butcher that's got past Mark Kimber there for 3rd position. Well, that's Teresa Babichkova that he's got past. So the changes at the front of the field are so quick, even my eyes aren't keeping up with them. That was Walker scything his way up the inside of Babichkova, going through into turn 9 there. So elbows well and truly out. This is an ultra competitive field. I was kind of expecting it, as there is disaster. That is the 310 of Mario Sidler from Switzerland, who now knows that he's got to park that thing, and I think he's going to pull it into the pit lane imminently, as now Max Stemerdink has got himself up into 4th position ahead of Aaron Walker, as Lewis Gilbert continues to lead. Mark Kimber in 2nd, Sean Butcher in 3rd. Aaron Walker keeping himself in 5th, well, he's in 5th position, and he's got Teresa Babichkova as Dylan LaHaye gets his way past Eliska Babichkova, going through into turn number 7 off of the Europalan. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go, plus an additional lap. Nothing quite yet decided. This is a lot closer than the first heat earlier on, and if this is anything to go by in senior road sacks, we are in for one hell of a racing weekend. Top 3 were covered by just under 6/10. Lewis Gilbert leads going on to lap 7. Gap now slightly down to just over 5.2 tenths of a second, as there is another move there. Walker back past Stemerdink, and that is for 4th position. And then the 369 of Teresa Babichkova, Dylan LaHaye, Eliska Babichkova and Patrick Rundqvist and Danny Prince. They round out the top 10 positions. That's a beautiful move there. Beautiful move. That was from Teresa Babichkova up the inside of Max Stemerdink, and there goes steamrolling up the inside through the right-hand sweeper at turn 8. Well, that was a great move once again from 2019 Senior Road Sacks champion Dylan LaHaye. Still very much even Stevens. It's a bit of a stalemate, a bit of it seems like things have slightly calmed down, because what they're trying to do is secure the necessary points to keep themselves in the top 30. And so Lewis Gilbert goes on to the penultimate lap, still leading the race after a dynamite set of overtakes in the early stages. So the Scotsman, based out of Dorey in Ayrshire, the Dorey Diamond, as he's more commonly known in karting circles and through his friends and family as well. Mark Kimber still rounding out the top 2. Sean Butcher, the defending champion, in P3. Aaron Walker in 4th. Teresa Babichkova in 5th. Dylan LaHaye rounding out the top 6. We're now on to very shortly what's going to be the 9th and final lap of this 7-minute plus an additional lap race. So this is where things also get really interesting, because you don't know what's going to happen behind the top 3, because there are still positions to be decided. Lewis Gilbert brings them on to the final lap of the race. Mark Kimber and Sean Butcher round at the top 3. Aaron Walker has closed in and has brought with him Teresa Babichkova Dylan LaHaye isn't too far away, but there's not enough time for him to possibly mount some sort of offensive on Teresa Babičková, but he's got to keep ahead of Max Stemerdink, Eliska Babičková, Patrick Rundqvist and Danny Prince as the leaders make their way through turn 7 and 8 for the final time. So a good start. So Callum Bradshaw picks up a heat victory. This time it will be Lewis Gilbert that makes it 2 different winners out of 2 different heats this weekend so far, as there was a bit of a last gasp manoeuvre, I think, there from Patrick Rundqvist, and it looks like he got past Eliska Babičková, not too sure, but they are about to cross the line. Gilbert takes the heat victory ahead of Mark Kimber. Sean Butcher in P3. Walker, Teresa Babičková rounds out the top 5. Dylan LaHaye in 6. And Teresa Babičková on the penultimate lap of the race secured the fastest lap of anybody. Dylan LaHaye, Max Stemerdink, Danny Prince, Eliska Babičková and Danny Van Ruyten rounds out the top 10. But a good start for the Dorroy Diamond, Lewis Gilbert, to take the victory by just over 0.4 of a second. From 11th downwards, it's Patrick Slokmelis from Latvia, Patrick Rundqvist, Lars Zanen, Nicola Pico, Christian de Klein, who rounds out the top 15 drivers. Vilgot Edqvist, Sem van Thiel, Lester Ellenkamp, Yashram Jankan and Jordi van der Eyck round out the top 20. Gilles Chloé from Belgium in 21st. Bartovit, Vincent van Kerkhoven, Devin Sagardi from Estonia, Luca Koster from Germany in 25th position ahead of Wout Kirstens, Julien Hache, Antoine Antier, Tern Schmidt, who actually celebrates his birthday, I believe, today, so many happy returns to him in the 367. Remco Bahn, Mario Sidler and Scott Westhovens round out the 32 strong. So that is the first two. That's the first 2 heats out of the way for the CD Rotax. We've still got 2. We've got 2 clumps of 2 together, as the CD Rotax divisions will close out the racing action today. The next CD Rotax heat will be groups A versus D at 2:10 this afternoon, and then it's B versus C at 2:30 this afternoon. But next up, it's our first pre-final of the weekend. Gini Rotax in action, and there is a development that has occurred in the meantime between qualifying and the first pre-final. Kasper Schormans has been he's been disqualified on a technical non-conformity, reference the engine control unit, the ECU. So he will start from last on the grid, but Kai Rilets will start from pole position on that one, and alongside it will be Tom Bracken. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time when Gini Rotax truly goes into battle in 2021 here at the BNL Karting Series.
Jullie blijven alle 2 dagen de hele 2 dagen hier. final now. Yeah? In the pre-final, first of all, you have to finish the race. If you have a collision, nobody knows what happens. You can be dropped out, another one is dropped out. You get a penalty. So finish the race, that means you have a good position, you have a good starting position for the final. Okay? So stay fair, fight hard for your position, but stay fair, give space to the other drivers to stay on the track, so it works for all drivers. You have long enough time, 30 minutes, to fight for your position, for your starting final. Okay? Good luck. First, please stay with me.
We come to our first pre-final of the race weekend here at the BNL Karting Series. Junior Rotax now making their way out onto the circuit. So without further ado, let's take you through their starting orders. So on pole position, Kai Rielets and Tom Braken make it an all-Belgian front row on home soil. Thomas Stolsemanis, the kick-off winner 2 weeks ago, will have Theo Blanc from France alongside. Mathis Turlo and Joris Schoens from the Netherlands make it an all-Dutch row 3. Thomas Strauven and Edgars Wilkans, that's row 4. Nick Gerhards and Ethan Jeff Hall round out the top 10. Bruno Mulders and Julian Klausmann round out row 6. Farin Mega and Montego Massen make it an all-German row 7. Janis Stiak and Devian Horst round out row 8 ahead of Javi Bachmachtiuk and Thijs Dams, that's row 9. Luke Neeson and Max Knappen round out the top 20. Completing the 35-strong order, it will be as follows. Vic Stevens, Joip Rieveld, Austin Lee, Enzo Bol. And we've got Antoine Brogio, Olivier Jonkers, Tommy van der Stroys, Baptiste Levezak, Enzo van den Dickenberg, Rune de Bruyke, Boluet, Ralph van der Pevert, Pat Gubbels, Richard Thomas, and Casper Schormans. Schormans would have taken second on the grid had the ECU for his car actually conformed to technical regulations. However, we have seen that Casper Schormans can fight his way through the field in front, but it will be down to Rielets and Tom Braken to control the pace as they start weaving from side to side, going through the straightaway down from turns 9 to 10. 35 drivers, 13 minutes plus an additional lap, and the remainder at the back of the field have to quickly get into formation. Otherwise, our race director will not allow us to have the red lights go out because they are ignited on the starting gantry once again. So, Rielets, Braken, Stolsemanis and Blan. Are we ready? Are we steady? It looks like we've gotten off away rather cleanly as there goes Stolsemanis up the inside of Braken going through into turn 2. It's 4 abreast and there are carts nearly tripping all over each other. Going through out of turn 2. As Rielets gets the initial getaway. Stolsemanis following behind him. Braken with them as well as all. Now there is a kart that is not tracking true. 296. And also the 288. And it's Boluet. The left front was looking rather out of alignment and dragging across the floor. And there is Pat Gubbels in the 288, also out of the race, down to 33 runners and riders. Dramas through turn 2, and then it all started kicking off a little bit further behind. But Rielets now has to go into battle with someone who could be very much a force to be reckoned with. So there is Rielets, there is Stolsemanis. They've already gotten away from Tom Braken as Theo Blanc has gotten up the inside. There's Mathis Turlo and Thomas Strauven, the 2 Strawberry Racing drivers, now up through there too. Rielets now fighting. He's got to be smart here. As you can see, all the carts coming through. And quite a lot of drivers making their way through. Joris Schoens down to 9th. Edgars Wilkans in 10th position. So Devian Rost also, I think, might have been an unwilling participant. And already from 35th, he's up 8 places. Casper Schormans up to 27th and climbing. Kai Rielets has got the fastest lap of this race, a 56.819. But Stolsemanis is keeping in close proximity. So Theo Blanc up into 3rd place, past Tom Braken, who rounds out the top 4. Mathis Turlo, Thomas Strauve, Bruno Mulders from JJ Racing, new signing for them this season. Made his debut with the team back at the kickoff 2 weeks ago. Nick Gerhards now is in 8th position. Ethan Jeff Hall in 10th place ahead of Farin Mega. Edgars Wilkans in 9th position. Tommy van der Stroys is already up into 13th. The young Dutchman from Combi Kart Racing Team already showing exactly the prowess we had 2 weeks ago at the kickoff. So don't be at all surprised if you see Tommy van der Stroys in the top 10 by the end of this race as Bruno Mulders puts in the fastest lap time. Rielets was just a 10th and a half slower than Stolsemanis, but Rielets is trying to play the smart tactical game, whereas Stolsemanis will not give an opportunity to show his strategy to Kai Rilets, as Theo Blanc has just lost out. Make that 3 places within 2 corners. Theo Blanc drops down to 6th from 3rd place, courtesy of Tom Bracken, Mathis Turlo and Bruno Malders. Thomas Strauven and Nick Gerhardt's looking behind the Frenchman, and there goes Gerhardt's and Strauven. They both get past the French driver going through into turn 7. Some great racecraft from the junior Rotax division as Blanc now gets back up the inside of Strauven on that particular occasion. And there just behind, that is Germany's Farin Mega, as Stolzamanis waiting, biding his time, not giving Kai Rilets, the current Rotax Max Euro Trophy champion and who was 2nd in this championship last season, a chance to breathe. As now Mathis Turlo has got past Tom Bracken. Bruno Malders now factoring in the battle for 3rd position. There is Nick Gerhardt's as well. So there is the 2 leaders. There are the 2 leaders, Rilets and Stolzamanis. So Theo Blanc now rounding out the top 8. Devian Rost and Buck Gubbles rounding out the 35 strong, but they are the first 2 confirmed retirements. I think also Austin Lee was a bit in the wars going through into turn 2. The number 223 from Germany. Originally, his family originates from Portland, Oregon, but now are based over in Germany. So he is down in 33rd position. Kai Rilets and Stolzamanis are still at loggerheads. This stalemate is exactly a repeat of what we saw 2 weeks ago at the BNL Karting Series kickoff. And Stolzamanis has, oh, now that's the cluster of 5 that is really putting the old elbows out. I see at the back of that the 230 of Theo Blanc. So Blanc's dropping like a stone through this running order. Nigh on the front of that train, it looks like you've got Tommy van der Stroys is battling away. Oh! Moment there for Nick Gerhardt. He was trying to go toe-to-toe. And I think that was with Thomas Strauven. So Gerhardt went towards the outside. Strauven pulled to the left in order to cut across to the inside of turn 7. And Nick Gerhardt's got an unsighted touch, and that put him sideways. But luckily enough, Gerhardt has managed to keep the kart going. The engine's still firing on all 125 cc's of that Rotax Max Evo engine. But Kai Rilets still leading the way after what has been 6 laps. We're on to lap number 7. Stolzamanis waiting. He's like Shere Khan from the Jungle Book and the Reeds, waiting to strike at a moment's notice. And Rilets still doing a very good job. He's keeping the kart where he needs to be. Oh no, T-Stam stuck. Well, I think there was a massive moment there for T-Stam's just checking the steering on the kart, but the kart was pitched to the right-hand side, the nose end pointing outwards, going through the entrance into turn 4. T-Stam's was 19th. That will drop him all the way pretty much towards the back part of the field. And he'll be checking that steering on that kart. So 6.5 minutes remain, plus an additional lap. Rilets still leads. So at the moment, hopefully as long as no one makes a move, well, Stolzamanis goes for it on the inside of turn 2. And Rilets, I think, you know, he was running a little bit wide there. He might have been run a little bit wide by Stolzamanis. Now, whether race control is going to decide if that is a track limit being exceeded by Kai Rilets, but Stolzamanis gets through. Well, I don't think it was quite a aggressive defence there from Kai Rilets. I think he knew it was coming. It was not a case of if, it was a case of when. But I think he's done the sportsmanlike thing, because if you take a positional gain, courtesy of a runoff area, the first thing that is going to happen is going to be pinged up by race control. They'll see it. They'll know it's happened. Mathis Turlo is now under fire for 3rd place, courtesy of Bruno Malders. And Malders, oh, rubs wheels and side pods going through the exit of turn 12. Oh, Bruno Malders seems to have some sort of reinvigoration, as there is Strauven battling away with Bracken, and that's for P5. So this is where things do get a little bit dicey, as Malders trying to go up the inside of Turlo going through into turn number 6 and onto the Europolan. That's for P3. Braken going defensive on Strauve. And then you've got Tommy van der Stroys. Oh my goodness me. The youngster in the 254, third at the kickoff 2 weeks ago, behind Stolsamanis, the winner, and Kai Gielitz, who was in the runner-up position. Tommy van der Stroys has really come of age this 2 weeks ago, and as a junior, he's really showing good credence, and he is closing. As now, Gielitz on lap number 10 of the race retakes the lead from Stolsamanis, but we are not done yet. Not by a damn long sight, ladies and gentlemen. But this is where things really get into the interesting territories, because Bruno Modder's now up into P3, past Matthias Turlo. Tom Braken has been passed by Thomas Strauve. Tommy van der Stroys. Now you have to bring into the party, welcome along, Germany's Farin Mega. Made the swap from Karchmi to JJ Racing for 2021. So at the moment, 33 drivers still racing at this particular moment in time. But now Gielitz trying to break the toe on Stolsamanis. He's got the gap up to just over 2 tenths. So they head into turns 1 and 2 as all. Now, there was a move there, and it looks like Bruno Modders has lost out to Matthias Turlo and Thomas Strauve at that particular occasion. So Strauve now looking to, and there is, it's really kicking off now, because Braken being put under pressure, as there's a touch from behind, courtesy of Bruno Molders, probably outbraked himself there and went into the back bumper of Thomas Strauve. There's Braken, who sends it up the inside of the Dutchman through turn 9. Oh, they nearly come to blows, and Tommy van der Stroys has to go for the move. Oh, he touches with Braken. Braken wrestling with the back end of that cart. Oh, and Tommy van der Stroys misses out on a position, but that allows Farin Mega to get a position up there as well. They're all squabbling over the scraps over the table, and there's 2.5 minutes still to go in this race. Matthias Turlo is, more argy-bargy, more side pod rubbing, more wheels clashing. And that was Theo Blin. And also Ethan Jeff Hall, so the youngster from Strawberry Racing, really getting his elbows out. And there's Tom Braken, Mega up the inside, back into the back of Molders. That gives so much of an advantage to Tom Braken, as there's Tommy van der Stroys up the inside of Molders, nearly comes together with Farin Mega going through turn 7. I thought the seniors were giving us a rough time here on the broadcast and the commentary, but the juniors are just as bad as they are. But this is really kicking off now. No one knows what moves are going to be pulled out of the bag, and we've still got 1 minute and 48 seconds. One thing that is truly constant at the moment is that the gap between Gielitz and Stolsamanis is just under 2.5 tenths, and then 3.3 seconds back to Matthias Turlo. Farin Mega drops to 6. More drivers trying to make some moves up the inside, as Theo Blanc trying to go side by side with Tommy van der Stroys. Van der Stroys look to be slightly on the runoff area there. But Theo Blanc now coming under fire from Bruno Molders. Janis Diak's coming to this as well. And it's, Tommy van der Stroys, 2 wheels on the dusty grass on the outside. And he rides up the back bumper of Bruno Molders. And that allows Ethan Jeff Hall, Janis Diak and Theo Blanc to get through. Oh my goodness me. The great work of Tommy van der Stroys undone at a moment's notice, and we still have 53 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap. So Gielitz and Stolsamanis logged in. They're at loggerheads. They're in the stalemate yet again. So the normal business is resumed at the front of the field, but only this time the positions have been swapped between these two. We're on the penultimate lap of this race. We're on lap number 14 out of 15. And Kai Gielitz and Thomas Stolsamanis are again filling each other out. But the track is evolving, and sometimes it might come to others, and sometimes it might go away from others. But Stolsamanis has kept Kai Gielitz honest. So through into turn 10 for the penultimate time. Stolsamanis looking to start moving forward. I can tell by the aggressive nature of his driving style at the moment that he wants to push forward and try and go for it. Well, he's going to be in the slipstream of Kai Rielers going through into the final lap. So, defensive from Rielers. That nearly unsettles Stolsamanis, who has the front axle wiggle a little bit under braking. Through to turn 3, into 4. Now into the left-hander at 5. Rielers holding on. Yeah, 6 more corners after this one, but also the long Europalan. This is where Stolsamanis could strike as there he goes up the inside because Rielers knew it was coming. Rielers knew it was coming. However, we still have a couple more opportunities. Kai Rielers really needs to carry the momentum through turn 9 and get a good run going through turn 10. He could do the switchback on turn 12. That's a great opportunity for overtaking. But it looks like Stolsamanis will have the first say. He draws blood first as they come through turn 12 for the final time. It is Latvia's Thomas Stolsamanis that continues his 100% winning streak in the BNL in 2021. Kai Rielers in second, Matis Tolo and Thomas Strauven round out the top 4 positions. Theo Blatt in 5th, Tom Bracken in 6th, Farin Mega in 7th, ahead of Bruno Molders, Janis Diak, with Joip Breedveld rounding out the top 10. Edgar Wilkans in 11th. It was Ethan Jeff Hall that ended up being ahead of Tommy van der Stroys, and they rounded out the top 13. Vic Stevens and Max Krappen complete the top 15. Jori Schoens, Luke Neeson, Casper Schomans round out the top 18. Montego Masson and Julian Klausmann round out the top 20, ahead of Antoine Brogiot from France. Nick Gerhards after that slight contretemps. I probably would think that's unwanted for Gerhards. He finishes in 22nd. Enzo Boll, Olivier Jonkers, Javi Bachmachtiuk, Baptiste Levezak, Richard Thomas in 27th. Enzo van den Dickenberg in 28th. Ron van der Pevert, Teesdams, Austin Lee and Boluet finished behind the 30th place driver of Rune de Bruyke, with Devian Horst and Buck Cubbles unfortunately retiring on the very first lap of the race. Oh, that was very spicy, wasn't it? And to be honest with you, in many respects, that just shows how tough it can be. But also, we have another race very, very shortly. So in about 7 minutes, we'll go to our next pre-final of the day, and we will have 21 DD2 drivers out very soon indeed. Once again, we go into racing territory here at the BNL Karting Series. Interesting fact. We've already had in excess of 20 front fairing penalties handed out over the last 3 races. The rust still needs to be ironed out, I think. But it has been a long winter for a lot of drivers. However, let's get to your starting grid for this race. DD2 pre-final. And it is the defending champion, Glenn van Parijs, who is going back to Porsches this season as well. He starts on pole position. Alongside him will be the number 483 of Sebastian Janciewski from Poland, Ragnar Veres from Estonia, and Davide Fore from Italy round out the top 2 rows. Zonov Schirblack and Fabian Bock represent Belgium and Germany on row 3. Mick Knowlton from the Netherlands and Jan Negusens from Belgium, row 4. Matis Malinovskis from Latvia, and Kasper Bielecki rounding out the top 10. Mark Bartels and Robert Chorpian round out the top 12 places. That's row 6. David Maslakovic row on 13th, ahead of the Netherlands' Bas van Vlimmeren. Manuel Tenschat and Maxim de Rijk round out the top 8 rows, ahead of Dan Zopfi, Imke Arts, Richard Subekis, Henry Ayres and Sebastian de Grande. 13 minutes plus an additional lap. We will have one more after this one. So the drivers getting themselves ready. So Van Parijs is the one with the target on his back, and also the race number that was sported 2 years previously by one Zonov Schirblack. The 401 from Buvin Power will lead the field. Alongside him will be Sebastian Janciewski from Poland. So 13 minutes on the clock plus one additional lap. Red lights ignited on the starting gantry. So let's see how things fare in DD2 this time, shall we? They enter into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? It's revs up, lights out. They are off and racing, and a great start from Van Parijs as Janciewski tries to go around the outside on that particular occasion, but Van Parijs keeps the lead. Looks like Ragnar Veres has got his way up into second position. Davide Fori has also got up there too as well. I think Janciewski has dropped towards 5th position as Mick Knowlton stuck towards the bottom part of the top 10 as they all start making their way down the Europalan for the first time. And at the back part of the field, it looks like Henry Ayres is just waiting, and I think it's going to be a learning experience for the Brit, the 429. But showed good pace in quali as there's a move up the inside for 3rd position. So that could be Davide Fore from Italy, and has got past Zonov Schirblack, who is in 4th position. Van Parijs brings them across the line to complete lap number 1. So Janciewski stays in 2nd. That is Davide Fore. Quite a few other drivers. That's Bas van Vlimmeren that has actually dropped. I think he's out of the race because Henry Ayres looks to be the last of the 20 drivers still circulating on the track at the minute. There's a good move there by Jan Negusens up the inside of Weik Motorsport's Fabian Bock, who's made the transition a bit like David Remy did a couple of years back, up from seniors to DD2s. So new experience for Fabian Bock, but will be very well acquainted with the Rotax Max Evo engine that is powering his kart. So Van Parijs still keeping ahead of everybody at the moment, with Janciewski keeping him rather honest, but the Italian Davide Fore is with them right now. So a battle for the lead starting to intensify. So keep your eyes on Zonov Schirblack, because there's a move for 2nd position. Good move up the inside by Fore on Janciewski through turn 3. Oh, and he clashes wheels with Zonov Schirblack, who got up the inside of him through turn 3. And Janciewski looked to be saying, well, Zonov Schirblack, I don't care if you're a two-time previous champion of the BNL karting series. You cross me, you'll get your just desserts a little bit there. But Janciewski, I think, just launched it a bit too robustly there on the inside. So I wonder if race control will have a look at that one. 10.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. So Glenn Van Parijs has dropped the Belgian hammer, so to speak, and he is trying to pull away from Italy's Davide Fore in the 4:35. So Virus up into third position. Fabian Bock now rounds out the top four. Bars van Vlimmeren, an unfortunate early casualty on the very, very first lap of this race. So we are down to 20 runners and riders. They are rounded out by Henry Ayres. The entire field covered by just 6.2 seconds at the end of lap number 3. We're on lap number 4 at this particular moment. So there is Ragnar Virus and Fabian Bock as they are battling over third position, and Fabian Bock goes for the switchback. Nice move by the German, going through into turn 10. So the German now making sure that he is going to be someone to take notice of this weekend. So we have just over 9.25 minutes. The fast-paced chess game here that is DD2 unfolds before our very eyes, and at the moment the running order with just over 9 minutes to go is as follows. Glenn van Parijs on the completion of lap 4 had a nigh on 4/10 of a second gap ahead of Davide Fore from KSB Racing Team. Fabian Bock from Voik Motorsport rounds out the top 3. Then it is Ragnar Virus from the Birolart Baltic squad, conveniently placed on a Birolart chassis. Then it is Sebastian Janchevski rounding out the top 5. Jarne Gustens and Mick Knowlton not too far behind. In 6th and 7th, Kasper Bielecki and Manuel Tenchert round out the top 9 ahead of Zander Schiblak, who is recovering, but probably not wanted to be asked to exit. Well, he was forced to exit stage right, let's be completely honest, a little bit there, I think. He rounds out the top 10. Mark Bartels, Matis Malinovskis, Robert Chopian, Richard Subekis, Sebastian Legrand up from 21st to 15th, Imke Arts, David Maslakovitz, Dan Zopfi, Maxim Derish and Henry Ayres rounding out the 20 that are still circulating. So we have 21 drivers competing here this weekend, and in many respects this is where the tactical games start to flesh out. But Mick Knowlton is closing on Jarne Gustens, and then behind them you've got Kasper Bielecki from Poland and Manuel Tenchert battling over 8th and 9th. So the top 2 covered by just over half a second, just under half a second, as Jarne Gustens having to put the defensive moves on, as Tenchert, I think, has got past. He has got past, and that's done and dusted for 8th position, as Bielecki now finding himself coming under fire, courtesy of Zander Schiblak. So that's the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th position at this particular moment. Tenchert holding on for 8th as Jarne Gustens keeping ahead of Mick Knowlton. For in the meantime, we're fast approaching half-time on the timer counting down. A 13-minute race plus 1 additional lap. Knowlton just waiting, biding his time. Fabian Bock is really, really winding up the wick on that Voik Motorsport kart as Knowlton looked up the inside there of Gustens going through turn 12, but the Dutchman not having an answer for the Belgian at this particular moment in time. But Glenn van Parijs controlling proceedings ahead of KSB's Davide Fore. Fabian Bock rounds out the top 3. Ragnar Virus, Sebastian Janchevski, Jarne Gustens battling away with Mick Knowlton for his 6th position. Manuel Tenchert now starting to stretch away from Kasper Bielecki and Zander Schiblak. Now Zander Schiblak is on a new chassis for 2021, a very different animal to the Tony Kart chassis that he used to incredible success. Vice champion for the Euro Trophy in 2019, a 2-time BNL Karting Series champion in 2018 and 2019, vice champion, second only to the driver that leads the field at the moment, Glenn van Parijs. So going from Tony Kart to Kart Republic is a steep learning curve, but he has shown some good performances this year. He's had a couple of wins this season in terms of heats. So 5.5 minutes still to go, and Glenn van Parijs extending that lead comfortably And he is less than a tenth off of the fastest lap of the race so far, Fabian Bock. Now, Fabian Bock, for the last 3 laps, has been in the high 53s. And he's closed the gap to Davide Fori to about 6.5 tenths of a second. But, you know, what they say is never say never regarding these drivers, because they'll always hang back a little bit and then sometimes they'll push forward a little bit. And it's only when the drivers move forward and try and do their level best to try and get an additional lap time. And one of the things that you need to keep your eyes on is what's happening behind you, what's happening in front of you. You know, these drivers are sometimes, they're going to plan a couple of corners in advance. And that's where things get rather, you know, interesting on strategy. Because sometimes it's not always about having the fastest car out on the track. If you're the smartest driver out there, you're going to be able to put the kart where you need to, and then also have that opportunity to counter-attack in case someone decides they're going to go for it. And this is where Mick Knowlton, you know, very, very experienced, knows the XP and Rotax combination through GKS Lemons Power. And he's keeping things rather calm up above, but he's a bit like a duck. He's paddling like heck underneath. So he's trying to do what he can. But Fabian Bock has closed up that gap. It was 6.5 tenths. He's over half that. And Fabian Bock, 2 laps ago, has gone and set the fastest lap of anybody once again at 53.771 from the German. So he's really coming into his own in DD2. And now Davide Fori from Italy with KSB really now finding out that Fabian Bock is closing, and Bock is within a kart length right now, or a kart length and a half to be more precise, going through into the right-hander at 10. Fabian Bock using so much different corrective steering inputs there as we get in towards the last 3 minutes of this race plus an additional lap. Fabian Bock last time around was a lot quicker than Glenn Van Parijs, but now Fabian Bock is the danger driver here, and I think this could be the dark horse of the weekend. The German from Voigt Motorsport piloting him, you know, and it was good to see earlier on and on Instagram that he was switching to DD2, so that was an inspired choice. And Bock now making Davide Fori sweat, but Ragnar Virus and Sebastian Janchevski have also started to close in. 2 minutes and 24 seconds plus an additional lap remaining on the clock. Fabian Bock waiting in the wings to see if he can get past, as in the meantime the move has eventually happened, because Jan Negersons is not only behind Mick Knowlton, he's also behind Austria's Manuel Tenchert. Zander Schiblak has got past Matthias Malinowskis, and, well, Matthias Malinowskis has actually got past Poland's Kasper Bielecki, as well as has Zander Schiblak. So Schiblak rounds out the top 9 positions. Things getting a little bit closer now once again between 2nd and 3rd position, as it looks like Zander Schiblak down in 9th position has got an absolute tumultuous fight on his hands for 9th, 10th and 11th. So it is Belgium versus Poland versus Latvia, but also Zander Schiblak does have Polish roots through his family, but he still runs as a proud Belgian. He's competed at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals on behalf of Team Belgium in years past, but now with just over 1 minute and 10 seconds still to go on the clock, Van Parijs has led from lights out. Davide Fori now getting the hurry up from Fabian Bock, and this is the battle for the top 3 positions. But then Ragnar Virus and Sebastian Janchevski. Janchevski started on the front row of the grid alongside Van Parijs, and Van Parijs just doing what he needs to do. He's not being how can I say it? He's not panicking. He's calm, he's cool, he's collected. Man and kart machine as one, and on home soil no less. We are about to head onto the penultimate lap. Lap number 14 about to be completed by Glenn Van Parijs onto the 15th and penultimate lap of this first of two pre-finals for the DD2 drivers. But there is Fabian Bock, who's wrestling with the kart as it tries to break traction from the rear. A little bit of correction from the German. And there is Birla Baltic's very own Ragnar Virus. Sebastian Janchevsky still there or thereabouts. Kasper Bielecki has actually dropped down the order, so there must have been drama, because Malinovskis is ahead of Zonov Shriblak, who's now dropped out of the top 10, who's dropped into 10th position. So Bielecki, unfortunately, I don't think is going to take any further participation in this race. We now will head on to the 16th and final lap for the DD2 pre-final here at the home of champion. Glenn Van Parijs from Bouvin Power leads them over the line. Just over 3/10. There goes Fabian Bock. He waited until he got the last lap board. Absolute textbook from the German from Weichmoderschwart. Decided to pounce up the inside of Davide Fori, and Fori had no response at all at that particular juncture. But now, Ragnar Virus and Sebastian Janchevsky still in the fight for what could be third position at the end of this race, but an absolutely brilliant strategic call by Fabian Bock just kept Davide Fori guessing, and with one lap remaining going into turns 1 and 2, he made it count where it mattered the most. So, one more corner remaining. It has been lights out to checkered flag for the defending champion as Bouvin Powers, Glenn Van Parijs. A little bit of a fist bump there as he takes his right hand off of the steering wheel. Van Parijs wins ahead of Germany's Fabian Bock by just under 0.5 of a second. Davide Fori from Italy rounds out the top 3. Ragnar Virus takes 4th. Sebastian Janchevsky rounds out the top 5, having started on the front row. Mick Knowlton in 6th position. Manuel Tenschert in 7th. Yanni Gussens rounds out the top 8, having been in the top 6 for quite a bit of a big chunk of this race. Matis Malinovskis, Zonov Shriblak round out the top 10. Robert Chopian from Karchmi takes 11th. Sebastian Negron, a good recovery driver from the Dams Racing driver who celebrated his birthday yesterday. He rounds out the top 12. Rukard Subekis, Imke Arts, Mark Bartels, David Maslakovitz rounding out the top 16. Maxim Dirish, Henry Ayres takes 18th ahead of Dan Zopfi, with Kasper Bielecki retiring on lap 14 and Bas Van Vlimmeren on lap number 1. So we go on to our last pre-final of the day. DD2 Masters out on circuit. A little bit of a delay in proceedings because it looks like there was some fluid. It could have either have been oil or coolant on the exit of on the outside of turn number 1 of the circuit. However, DD2 Masters get their chance to shine under the rather miraculously appearing sunshine that we've got here at Karting Genk. Here's your starting grid. So, starting from pole position, the defending champion, Rudy Champion, takes his place at pole position. And we'll have Karl Klibort in the 510. The Barker looking to possibly get an opportunity to retake a title. But that is Juris Zalaitis that's breaking down off of the Europalan there. So that is going to mean that we'll have an empty spot at 12th position. So Tom Dessert and Ian Getz round out the top 2 rows. So the back-to-back defending BNL kickoff champion, but didn't have the greatest luck of fortune, didn't have the best run of fortune last year. Christoph Adams will be partnered by Bruno Dos Santos on row 3, Dmitry Ostrovsky and Slavomir Moransky from Germany and Poland, respectively. Moransky making his debut appearance in the BNL karting series. Christophe Capitain and Jonathan Wimmer. That is an all-French row 5 with Frederick Goose-Bakert. Looks like Zalaitis will not take any part in this race as that kart is now parked on one of the runoff areas off of the Europalan. So Pritsai, who had no qualifying time due to a technical issue, looks to be possibly throttle related through qualification, but it will be down to Rudy Champion and Karl Klibort, who will lead the field both on Sodi kart chassis. So a change of teams for Karl Klibort after a long association with Buvin Power means that we have an all Sodi kart chassis front row. 13 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Champion and Klibort will control the pace as we get ready for our last pre-final of day 1 out of 2 here for the opening round of the BNL Karting Series season for 2021. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights out. They are off and racing. And it's a good start from Klibort as Dessert pounces up the inside of Klibort, going through into the run into turn 2. As a runoff area used there by one of the other drivers. Oh my goodness me. Ian Getz from Sheepers Racing had a massive tank slapper there because he was being assaulted from every single side that was left, right and behind him, and he managed to keep a hold of that cart going through. As there's Pritsai was trying to steamroll his way up in towards the top 10, going through turn 7, but whacked the curbs there. Looks like he has made his moves past the likes of Frederick Baker and also Christophe Capitain. 12 degrees Celsius at the moment. Going to hit a high of around 13 degrees at in about a couple of hours' time. But Rudy Champion leads the way. Tom Dessert, now kicking up the dust. Now that is going to cause some visibility problems from that quick dry cement dust there, just to help keep the track surface at its optimum. And quite a few drivers would have gotten a face full of it, a visor full of it, as Christoph Adams now has made his way up into 4th position. One of the most decorated in terms of appearances for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Needs to stay, for those that might remember the BNL Karting Series kickoff, he absolutely clobbered the front left wheel of that Atomica chassis in one of the races last time out, and that gave him a problem which I thought was a technical problem, but then Guillaume Alvarez, who is otherwise engaged this weekend, spoke to Mr. Adams, who can't decide whether he races under a French, Dutch or Belgian license. He's done it for the second time running, but has stuck with the Dutch racing license. So Champion coming under fire from Dessert and Klibort. Adams in 4th. Jonathan Wimmer, who started from around the 5th row on the grid, is in 5th place. Ian Getz in 6th. Slavomir Moransky from 46 team You can pick him out with that very, very golden race helmet there that he's got, but also the very dark overalls. Running on the Tony Kart chassis, the inaugural Euro Trophy champion, having to battle away. Yudhisthalitis, obviously, yep, we'd already known that he'd retired before the race had actually gotten underway, but Rudy Champion leads from Tom Dessert. And Carl Clairbot makes it 2 Belgians in the top 3 as well. Now there's a bit of a robust move. Oh, that's not going to work. Pritzai on the inside of Germany's Dmitry Ostrovsky. Pritzai just went steamrolling in. Absolutely smacked the right-hand side pod of Dmitry Ostrovsky, who's got Christophe Capitain and Frederick Baker closing in, going down the Europolan. So that was a bit of an abrupt collision there between the two, as Tom Dessert keeps ahead of Carl Clairbot, as Clairbot up the inside. Oh, and that he had enough room to get through there. So the thing is that Carl Clairbot gave Tom Dessert racing room. Well, it was given racing room, took advantage of it, and now Tom Dessert being closed in on by Christophe Adams, who now sides his way up the inside through into 3rd position with 9 minutes and 10 seconds to go. So the DD2 Masters category for any driver over the age of 34. So myself personally, if anyone said, well, you can go into a Rotax kart, well, I'd definitely be, and if it was a race competition, I would definitely be in DD2 Masters. So there I've given my age away, so to speak. I am over the age of 34. But Rudy Champion continues to lead ahead of Carl Clairbot. Christophe Adams now into 3rd. Tom Dessert in 4th. Ian Getz in 5th. Jonathan Wimmel rounds out the top 6, but it looks like Slavomir Moransky is trying to close in on him, but Polish driver not yet there or thereabouts in order to strike as we go on to lap number 6. So it is Sony Kart v Sony Kart in terms of chassis providers out there. Christophe Adams on the Atomica, Tom Dessert on the X-Prix chassis, and Ian Getz, I think, is on the Kart Republic chassis, if memory serves me correctly, which is the case. As the 2 leaders, good to see Carl Clairbot proudly sporting his Team Belgium Racing overalls, and it looks like Christophe Adams might be doing the same as well. So top 3 with just over 7 minutes and 40 still to go. Rudy Champion, the reigning and defending champion from 2020, goes on to another lap, but Carl Clairbot is within 2.5 tenths of a second. So go through turn 3. Now into the left at 4, into the left at 5, before the right-hand hairpin at 6 that brings them back on to the Europolan. As Tom Dessert trying to keep Christophe Adams very, very honest, but at this particular moment in time, Christophe Adams, the 555, is about 3 tenths up the road. In Getz now, still trying to close in, as the likes of Jonathan Wimmel, Slavomir Moransky rounding out the top 7. Bruno Dos Santos from France, he's 8th. Pritzai up into 9th. Christophe Capitain up into 10th position, as Dmitry Ostrovsky from Germany is still ahead of Frederick Baker, but they're having a battle of their own over what is 11th place on the road, as they've just exited turn 11. Leaders now on to lap number 8, as there goes Carl Clairbot. Oh, that was close and then some, but Rudy Champion managed to close the gap, and Carl Clairbot actually lifted off the throttle and had to gently tap the anchors to make sure that he didn't go into the back of Rudy Champion, because at the moment we have had a considerable amount of front fairing penalties. So 13 after both senior Rotax heats combined. Then we had a further 10, that's 23 in the pre-final for juniors, and then a further 3 in the DD2 pre-final. So effectively we've had 26 front fairing penalties, and we're not even past the halfway mark of the first day of the weekend. So Champion brings them on to complete lap number 8, and we're on to lap 9 as Clairbot, Adams and Dessert round out the top 4 still. Pritzai, in the meantime, has set the fastest lap out of anybody so far, and that was on the completion of lap 7, a 54.387 from the Estonian, who actually joined the ranks of the Euro Trophy back in Adria in late October last year, which ended up being the final round of that particular season, with Sebastian Humpelhardt is their defending champion. So Champion continuing to push forward, as is Klebold. They've pushed a gap to around about a second over Christoph Adams. So looks like the battle between Moransky, Dos Santos and Pritzai is starting to increase in intensity, as Pritzai has again, well, he's closed on Slavomir Moransky by well over 0.2 of a second, close to 2.5 tenths on that previous lap alone. 12 out of the 13 drivers still circulating, with just over 4 minutes and a quarter still to go, plus an additional lap, as Pritzai looking to get past Slavomir Moransky. And Moransky is known for his Polish fighting spirit. We saw that in 2018 as he looks over his right shoulder to see where Pritzai is, and Sai up the inside through turn 10. Nice work by the Estonian. So Moransky on the back foot a little bit, but Bruno Dos Santos on the Sony Kart chassis, not too far behind the KMD driver, looking to close. But Moransky is keeping within striking distance of Pritzai from Estonia. Bruno Dos Santos covers the remainder of this trio from 7th to 9th, and they are covered by just over 6 tenths. But there is Ian Getz closing in, the Sheepers Racing driver, closing in on Tom Dessert from GKS Lemons Power, the GKS team based out of this circuit here at Genk. As we get into the last 3 minutes plus an additional lap, Carl Klebold has kept Rudy Champion honest, but Ian Getz now trying to make it a two-way scrap between two Belgians for what is 4th position. And there goes Getz up the inside of Tom Dessert. Neatly timed and precisely done there from the 567. Just carried the momentum through, kept building and pushing forwards. And that's what you need to do in terms of this particular side of things when it comes to racing. But it has been pretty much even Stevens. Rudy Champion now holds the fastest lap of the race, and that was completed on lap number 9, a 54.4 from the leader on the previous lap, whereas Carl Klebold set a personal best. Christoph Adams also set a personal best last time around, as we are on lap number 13. Oh, and Christophe Capitain on lap 11 has parked the kart. That is it for the Frenchman in the 599. But we still have 11 drivers that will hopefully make it to the checkered flag in about 3 to 4 laps. So Champion leads from Klebold, Adams, Getz, Dessert, Huemo, Sai, Moransky, Dos Santos, Ostrovsky and Baker, rounding out the 11 drivers out of 13 that started this race over 12 minutes ago. And we are coming down to the final throws. And a good gap between Klebold and Adams. It was nearly 1.6 seconds last time, as Getz and Dessert go back into battle. The battle lines have been drawn between these two as they go through turn 2 into the left at 3. So after this lap, we'll have 2 more laps remaining. We're on lap number 14 out of 16. And Dmitry Ostrovsky has lost out to Frederick Baker, and the German is starting to drop away from the Belgian, affectionately nicknamed Goose, courtesy of his love of all things Top Gun. So the drivers still have an opportunity if they are close enough to strike. Now is the chance to push forward. But Carl Klebold has been anywhere between 3 to 5/10 of a second behind Rudy Champion as we go on to the penultimate lap. Tom Dessert looking close, but not close enough on that particular occasion. Takes a little bit too much curb going through the inside of turn 2. But Rudy Champion still continues to lead this race. And after this, we will have 2 more senior Rotax heats, which will take us into a short break before the finals for Junior DD2 and DD2 Masters get underway. Timer has so we are now appearing to go onto the 16th and final lap. The pre-finals now about to be completed. Rudy Champion gets his head down through into turns 1 and 2. Gap between him and Debacker Carl Klebold, 4/10 of a second. Christoph Adams is going to stay happy with 3rd position in this one. He is 2.3 seconds off Ian Getz and Tom Dessert. Looks like the gap has started to elongate between the pair of them for 4th and 5th place. Jonathan Wemore from France started on row 5. Will complete the top 6 very shortly as the leaders make their way down into turn 10 for the final time. 2 more corners for France's Rudy Champion from Piquet's Competition. And he opens his winning account in fine style. The defending champion, Rudy Champion, wins the pre-final on day 1. 0.366 ahead of Carl Klebold. Christoph Adams a further 2.6 seconds behind in 3rd position. 2 retirements, unfortunately, in that race, with Christophe Capitain retiring on lap number 11. Juris Zalaitis from Latvia didn't even make the rolling start. And with Dmitry Ostrovsky from Germany in the 580, rounding out the 11 finishers. So it was Champion that wins it, ahead of Carl Klebold. Christoph Adams rounding out the top 3. Ian Getz, Tom Dessert, Jonathan Wimmer, Pritzai, Slavomir Moransky, Bruno Dos Santos, Frederick Bakert, and Dmitry Ostrovsky round out the 11 finishers of this race that completed all 16 laps within 16 seconds of each other. Okay, well, at the moment we have a quick 5-minute pause. Well, that might be further delayed, I think, because of obviously what we had earlier on. But next up, it will be Senior Rotax Heat 3 of the day, and it's groups A versus D as the recovery efforts are underway, as they are now going to go and pick up Juris Zalaitis from Latvia. So bear with us. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time for the 3rd Senior Rotax Heat of the day. So we now get back underway with the senior road tax action, and this time it is the midway point of the heats for senior road tax. So it's heat 3, groups A versus D. Let's have a look at the starting grid. So from pole position, it's going to be Nick Kuppens, and we'll have Teresa Babišková alongside Luca Leistra and Lewis Gilbert. Lachlan Robinson and Aaron Walker round out row 3. Stormbrower and Sean Butcher, that's row 4. Row 5, Baz Janssen and Patrick Rundqvist. Row 6, it's James Lingard and Patrick Lochmelis. Row 7, it's going to be Luca Thiel and Nicolas Picot. David Lackner and Danny Van Hoyten, that's row 8. Noah Hip, Dylan Lahaye, Paul Fokkema and Yashram Jankan round out the top 20. Completing the 33 strong in this particular heat will be as follows: Clementine Benoit, Jody van der Eyck, Emily de Hoys, Wilgot Edquist, Anthony Bellou, Scott Westhovens, Flint Schuring, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Colin van Lammeren, Luca Costa, Juri ten Hef, Teun Schmidt and Stefan Lemunot. Another 7 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap still to count down whilst we get going to racing once again. So these drivers are going to be highly charged, highly strung, and they want to make sure that they have their good intentions. So Kuppens and Teresa Babišková will be the ones leading the way as we're about to get ready to go racing once again. So the action for senior road tax hits fever pitch here at the home of champions. So Kuppens and Teresa Babišková lead the field out of turn number 12. Into the tram lines we go. Are we ready? Are we steady? It looks like we've got a good start there. Kuppens gets the advantage over Teresa Babišková, but Luca Leistra trying to go up the inside through turn 2. Gilbert trying to go through there as well. There's been multiple carts involved, and this could get very close very, very quickly indeed. I don't know how all 33 drivers made it through on the first lap with all the amounts of action. Even that was difficult for me to keep up with, and I'm a commentator. That's how quickly things can change. But it looks like Luca Leistra has got his way up into second position. That is the case. So who is leading the way? It looks like it could still be Nick Kuppens. That is the case. Looks like Sean Butcher's got another lightning start, and he's up into, well, I think that might be him, up into P4. But the leaders now make their way through as Leistra dives for the lead up through turn 12. So, and gets switched back on by Nick Kuppens, and again Leistra goes for it, and going through with him is Teresa Babišková. That's Lachlan Robinson up into P4. Robinson received a 5-second time penalty as he goes up the inside of Teresa Babišková through, well no, that's Nick Kuppens. So Nick Kuppens gets passed by Lachlan Robinson, who takes a quick glance over his right shoulder, and Lewis Gilbert is in the mix there as well. He's in P6 behind Aaron Walker in the 361 as Walker goes banzaiing up the inside of Kuppens, nearly comes together with Gilbert. Butcher nearly goes up the inside through into turn 10. And this is getting rather dicey here for everybody concerned, because once everything gets a bit close quarter as Gilbert up the inside of Kuppens through into turn 12. So Gilbert making good his intentions as Teresa Babišková now takes the lead with 5 minutes to go. Leistra down to second, Robinson factoring in, and the UAE-based driver now looking rather quick. He was second in the first heat, as I mentioned earlier, as Butcher goes up the inside. That was on Aaron Walker, and he's got Lewis Gilbert up ahead of him. So Butcher up into what is now P5 on the road. The defending champion running with the Australian flag, as is Lachlan Robinson, because Lachlan Robinson has Australian parents but born in Kent in the United Kingdom. So the multitude of different nationalities throwing about, or dual nationalities thereof, is rather frightening, and I can say that for myself because I am a dual national in my own respective right. However, Lystra is still keeping ahead at the moment, but no, it isn't. It's Teresa Babičková. Lystra looking for a move. Robinson waiting. Now that's good. That's good. That's good character building racing there for Lachlan Robinson, because this will help him just keep an eye. Obviously, he took part in the Euro Trophy last season, but this is, you know, this is his real start of his Rotax campaign in 2021, and they are literally line astern. Lewis Gilbert is closing in. Now there's been a massive moment. There's the 3:43. And that was Anthony Bilou. That is the 3.7. Now, Anthony Bilou will have to park it because his front bumper's missing. And there's a bit of a clean-up on turn 6. Now there's a bit of movement there. And that was from Dylan LaHaye, possibly past Vincent van Kerkhoffen, going through turn 10. As now Lachlan Robinson coming under fire from Lewis Gilbert. He's dropped off the back of both Luca Lystra, who's in second, and Teresa Babičková on that particular occasion, as Vincent van Kerkhoffen and Dylan LaHaye looking to get past drivers. I think they've just got past James Lingard from Great Britain, who was down in 13th position. And what you need to be doing in these heat stages, sometimes it's great to go for the victory, because we look on course for having 3 different winners from 3 different races, but with 2 different nationalities involved, because it could be, depending on whether it might be the Czech Republic, courtesy of Teresa Babičková, or Luca Lystra, as we are fast approaching. So it was Callum Bradshaw in the first heat, Lewis Gilbert in the second, as we now have just over 2 minutes and 20 to go. Luca Lystra running on the Kart Republic chassis, as there is a move there from Aaron Walker on Lachlan Robinson, and Robinson's teammate Sean Butcher has been calmly getting on with business at hand, and he is now right behind his teammates. So the KR Sport duo in 5th and 6th position, and just behind them looks to be Buzz Janssen in the 3:31. But it is getting closer and closer between the top 8. They were covered by just 3 seconds on the previous race. At this particular moment on the previous lap, they were covered by just over 3 seconds. So from 4th to 7th position, it is really heating up, because you've got a few drivers in there. Aaron Walker, who was a junior last season, now moves up to seniors, has shown good credence in the early parts of this season, as Butcher gets past Robinson, going through into turn 2 on lap number 7. As Babičková holding on at the minute for the lead of the race, but Lewis Gilbert will want to make it 2 for 2 this weekend so far, the dual ride diamond, as they go through into turn 7 off of the Europolán. Babičková from Teps Racing Team on the Tony Kart. There goes Lystra up the inside to now take the lead through turn 9 on lap number 7. Lewis Gilbert now waiting for his opportunity. Dylan LaHaye has set the fastest lap of anybody on the previous lap, as there goes Gilbert up the inside of Babičková for 2nd position. Walker. Now they're all second to, Lewis Gilbert goes ultra defensive on Babičková. That opens the door for Aaron Walker, and the Brit gets through. And there is Sean Butcher. He's waiting for his opportunity to strike, and this is where it counts, because now Babičková gets back up the inside of Aaron Walker. Sean Butcher now waiting. The time is going to close out very shortly as they exit through turn 8. Walker trying to battle with Babičková and has got to make the ultimate decision, but Butcher is going to go for it, I think. He's got a chance at 3rd position. Lachlan Robinson closing back in as we go on to what is now going to be the 9th and final lap of this race, as Butcher closing in on Walker for 4th, goes defensive into turns 1 and 2 for the final time. Luca Lystra stays in the lead of this race at the moment, ahead of Lewis Gilbert. Teresa Babičková Steady enough in third for the minute. As Gilbert trying to go round the outside. Lewis Gilbert, you absolute hooligan. The Doroi Diamond shines once again, this time at turn 6. Round the outside of Lystra. I didn't see it coming, but Gilbert had the full commitment. Now it's really closed up. Look, 7 drivers with 3 corners to go. Lystra goes defensive on Babichkova. Gilbert's there. Butcher's there. Robinson is there. And so is Buzz Janssen. Lystra. Oh, Walker on the back bumper of Babichkova. Oh my goodness me. Dramas coming out of the final corner. Dylan LaHaye manages to circumnavigate. He does a bit of a Matthias Ekstrom coming on the exit out of turn 12. So Lewis Gilbert takes a second successive heat victory this weekend. Luca Lystra in second. Sean Butcher gets P3. Buzz Janssen takes fourth ahead of Lachlan Robinson. Aaron Walker finished in sixth after mounting the back bumper of Teresa Babichkova coming through the exit of turn number 12. Actually, the apex. Babichkova would finish outside of the top 10. She'd finish 11th. Storbrower in 7th. David Lackner in 8th. Dylan LaHaye in 9th. Noah Hip in 10th. And then from 12th downwards, Danny van Ruyten, Patrick Lochmelis, Patrick Rundquist, Nicola Pico round out the top 15. James Lingard, Vilgot Edkes, Jordi van der Eyck, Emily de Hoys, Flint Schuring rounds out the top 20. Then it's Colin van Lummeren, Scott Westhovens, Clementine Benoit, Luca Costa, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Stefan Lemunot, Yuri Tenhef, Tern Schmidt, Paul Forchema, and Yash Ramjankan round out the top 30. Anthony Pilou, Nick Cuppens, and Luca Thiel retired on laps 5, 4, and 3, respectively. So we now turn our attention to the 4th out of 6 senior Rotax heats. And here is your starting order. So, the front row of the grid, it is a British lockout. Callum Bradshaw, the first heat winner of the day, will have teammate at Strawberry Racing and also countryman Mark Kimber alongside. Juho Valtonen and Eliska Babičková round out the top 2 rows. Then it's Milan Koppens and Max Stemmerdink. Erhard Turker and Danny Prince round out the top 4 rows, with Sam Bergstein and Christian de Klein rounding out the top 10. Ralph Winkel and Will Kirstens make it an all-Dutch row number 6 ahead of Thomas Martins and Lars Zeinen. Luna Blum and Gilles Chloé round out row 8 ahead of Mika Barthélemy and also Sam van Thiel. Beer Dorrestein and Lester Ellenkamp round out the top 20. Completing the 33 strong, it is Jens van der Heijden, Devin Sagadi, Adrian Labuda, Mario Sidler, Daniel Hunt, Bart de Wit, Linus Hensen, Remco Ban, Bastien Barlage, Julien Hasch, Max Busch, Antoine Antier and Lucas Sean Marcus. So another 7 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. After this we will be having a short respite before the first of 3 finals for race day 1, which will be Junior Rotax. And again, there are front fairings aplenty this weekend. I will be completely honest with you. I'm getting all the information directly. Another 8 in that heat just now. I hate to think what it's going to be like for heat number 4, because the seniors are absolutely romping away. If you had a front fairing competition, they'd be leading by a country mile roundabout now, but they have had more races so far this weekend. So Bradshaw and Kimber will bring them to turn 12 through the final corner. And 7 minutes on the clock. Red lights ignited on the gantry. Into the tram lines we go. Are we ready? Are we steady? It's lights out. They're off and racing. Good start by Callum Bradshaw to get the initial advantage as Eliska Babičková goes up the inside of Mark Kimber. Kimber able to use the runoff area on the first lap, and that keeps him ahead of Juho Valtonen from Finland. Through into turn 5 for the first time. Into the right-hander onto the Europolan as they are squabbling all over each other. Round towards the back part of the field. Side by side a little bit further down the order. And these drivers now really having to push like crazy. So at the minute, Bradshaw's starting to get an initial advantage over second and third. So it will be a case that these drivers are going to push for 6 minutes plus an additional lap. So we come round to complete lap number 1. And at the moment, it is Callum Bradshaw that now leads. Quite a few other drivers, such as Gilles Chloé, Mika Barthélemy, Adrian Labuda, they all drop down the order. Barthélemy all the way down in 33rd and stone dead last. So at the moment, it is Bradshaw, Kimber, Babičková, who's now had Valtonen go up the inside of her through turn 6. Milan Koppens, Max Stemmerdink, Erhard Turker, Danny Prince, Lars Zeinen, up into 9th past Christian de Klein. So with 5.5 minutes to go, it is an all-British 1-2 at the minute, as it looks like there's been a move. Milan Koppens up the inside of Eliska Babičková. And there is Max Stemmerdink in the 321 from JJ Racing, representing the Netherlands, making their way through. Another lap about to be completed. 2 laps down, onto lap 3. Babičková now down, as there's a move from Kimber up the inside of Callum Bradshaw through into turn number 2. So very much even Stevens. Other drivers, well, Mika Barthélemy has already made his way up the order, as there is Eliska Babičková going side by side with Max Stemmerdink. The Czech Republic driver manages to keep up the inside. Erhard Turker in 7th place is right with them, as is Danny Prince from Dames Racing. So that battle very much intensifying, and as we saw in Heat 2 of Senior Rotax this very day, that drivers are very much closely packed and competing over every single millimetre, as Bradshaw now opens up the air flap on the radiator just to get some additional airflow going into that Rotax engine. So the drivers pushing their way forward like crazy. Bradshaw wants to be he wants to have more than one victory to his credit, because Gilbert has already got two to his credit, following on from that let's just say last gasp and dynamically exciting final lap of the previous heat that we just had. So Kimber and Bradshaw know each other very, very well. Oh, that's the 373. That's Hartwinkel that has literally gone exiting off of the exit of turn 8, and the kart was going sideways. And when I mean by sideways, it was literally the kart was pointing one way, the four wheels were going to the left. So it was not really a good thing for him, as Bradshaw now retakes the lead from Mark Kimber through turn 2 on lap number 5. But in the meantime, Juho Valtonen from SP Motorsport on the Kart Republic chassis has been closing. Kimber back up the inside of Bradshaw to retake the lead going through turn 6. As there is more ducking and diving, bobbing and weaving, a bit like a boxing match between two pedigree heavyweights. Babičková is still battling away with Stemerdink, and the Czech Republic driver, she is still keeping ahead in 5th position at the moment. So we will find out how she gets on, because quite a few drivers still trying to do their level best. There's a move, that was Lars Zanen up the inside of Luna Blum. And there is Christian de Klein, junior last year, senior this year, and he's stayed on CRG machinery. As there is another change of position, that is Danny Prince and Eliska Babičková swapping positions. So Erhard Tucker now up into 5th place, and you can just see that there are some drivers. There's one that went very, very wide, that possibly could have been maybe Lester Ellenkamp, possibly, not 100% sure, but the drivers still. So the top 4 really coming up close and personal to one another, just under 7.5 tenths of a second still to go. Plus, that's how close it is between these top 4. There's a minute and 34 on the clock, still remaining plus 1 lap. So it is still a lead. It's going to be another lead change. Bradshaw and Kimber have been swapping positions. So what they're doing is they're keeping Valtonen guessing who's going to be up front, who's going to be in second at the on the last lap, because that's where it's all going to count. But Milan Coppens, we've seen good prowess from him as a junior. He was in seniors last season. So the 344 from Buvin Power, making sure that the 3 in front know that he's there. And Valtonen can definitely sense that. You can tell that by the way that he is driving the wheels off of that Kart Republic chassis. So Antoine Antier retired back on lap number 3, so the Frenchman out, and that is really going to hurt his weekend, because he'll only have one more opportunity to qualify for the top 30 after intermediate classification. Looks like Lars Zanen is trying to make some moves as well in his own right, as Bradshaw goes defensive on Kimber going into turns 1 and 2. So it looks like Juho Valtonen still there. Erhard Turker now up into 5th place. He's the one battling away with Max Stemerdink, as Eliska Babičková, she rounds out the top 7 ahead of Danny Prince, Luna Blum, Sam Bergstein, Christian de Klein, Lars Zanen. Then it's Kerstens, Dorrestein, Henson, Winkel, Ellenkamp, Sean Mackers up to 18th from 33rd. Chloe and Sagadi round out the top 20. This is the penultimate lap of this race, but also the penultimate lap of what has been an interesting morning so far, and also early afternoon, because after this we are going to go to a short break. So Callum Bradshaw will bring them on to the final lap of the race, lap 9 in the there is the 345 that has pulled over to the side. That is not great for one particular driver, and that is Remco Baan from the Netherlands. A real shame, as Remco Bahn was battling in the top 15. Bradshaw brings them down the Europolan for the final time through into turn 7. With Mark Kimber, Juho Valtonen, Milan Koppens, Erhard Turker. That's the top 5. Eliska Babichkova, she was fighting at the sharp end of the field, but has been able to hold on at the minute because she is ahead of other drivers. Max Stemmerdink rounds out the top 6, but it's going to be 2 different winners over the past 4 heats because Callum Bradshaw, he took the first victory. He wins heat 4. Mark Kimber in second, Juho Valtonen in third, Milan Koppens and Erhard Turker round out the top 5 positions. So it is 2 apiece for Messrs Bradshaw and Gilbert so far. So Bradshaw wins by 3/10 from Mark Kimber, Juho Valtonen in third, Milan Koppens in fourth, Erhard Turker in 5th place. Max Stemmerdink, Eliska Babichkova, Dani Prinz, San Bergstein, Luna Blom. She rounds out the top 10. Lars Zanen in 11th, Christian de Klein in 12th, ahead of Wout Kirstens, Ralf Winkel and Lukas Schoonmakers rounding out the top 15. Lester Ellenkamp in 16th, Gilles Clouet, Devin Sagadi, Mika Barthelemy, Jens van der Eyden rounding out the top 20 with Mario Sidler, Linus Hensen, Bastien Barlage, Thomas Martens, Julien Hash, Sem van Til, Bart de Wit, Adrien Labuda, Daniel Hunt, Beard Dorrestein and Max Bush rounding out the 31 strong that finished the race, with Remco Bahn retiring and Antoine Antier retiring on lap number 2. Okay, at 3:15 this afternoon, we get into the business end of day 1 of the first round of the BNL Karting Series season. Here at Karting Genk, the home of champions, Junior Rotax will have their first final of the weekend. Then it'll be DD2 Masters, and then we'll have the final 2 qualifying heats for the Senior Rotax division. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. Thank you for bearing with us. I hope everyone has heard me nice and clearly at the circuit. And look after yourselves. Have a good little break. Get some food. Get some hydration. You're going to need it for this afternoon as we come back just before 3:15 this afternoon here at Karting Genk.
Costa Brava ici. Pas la Costa Brava, c'est Genk.
Ich bin fertig.
So we get towards the final throws of day one of racing here at the season opener of the BNL Karting Series kickoff. Junior Rotax out on circuit for their first final of the weekend. And here is your starting order. On pole position, now the grid is made dependent on the results of the pre-finals. So Thomas Stolzemanis, who won last time out, starts on pole position. Alongside him will be Kai Gilas. Matthijs Turlo and Tom Braken round out row 2. Farin Mega will start P5 ahead of Bruno Mulders. Edgars Wilkans and Tommy van der Stroys, that is row number 4, with Vic Stevens from Belgium and Max Karpen from the Netherlands rounding out the top 10. Jori Schoens, Luc Niesen, Casper Schomans, Janis Diak, Julian Klosman, Joid Briefeld, Enzo Bol, Ethan Jeff Hall, Javi Bachmachtiuk and Montego Massen round out the top 20. Nick Gerhard starts 21st ahead of Richard Thomas. Olivier Jonkers, you've got Enzo van den Dickenberg, René de Bruyke. You also got Baptiste Levezak. And you've got Brogio van de Pijvert, Dams and Lee rounding out the top 30. Boluet, Devian Rost and Puck Gubbles round out the top 33. But post-race, last time out, Thomas Strauven and Theo Blanc were considered to have been crowding other drivers in terms of it, so have been promptly disqualified from the pre-final. So they've got all the work to do. And in that first pre-final, there were 10 front-fairing penalties. So that jumbled up the order. The 243 of Antoine Borgio got given a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. And at the moment, in the lead of the front-fairing penalties race so far this weekend, it is definitely Senior Rotax. Another, what was it? Another, I think it was 8 in the previous race. So it has been a very long winter, as I said earlier on. However, the junior final will be getting underway. So Stolsemanis from Riele, Sterlo, Braken, Mega, Mulders, Wilkens, Van der Stroys, Stevens and Knappen. Out of turn 12 they come. Into the tram lines we go. Are we ready? Are we steady? Full start. First one of the meeting. So full course yellow out again at the circuit. And there were a couple of stragglers at the back part of the field, so they've got to go around for another 1,360 metres. So drivers will have to be not just on their best behaviour, but they've got to bring their A game. As I said, it's been a long winter. There are some that are feeling it a little bit more than others. There have been drivers that have been able to get back training. Some countries that have had to wait, such as Great Britain, who finally were able to open kart tracks and grassroots motorsport this past week, actually, this past Monday, to go back to now competition. But let's see if we can get things going second time around, can we, drivers? Through into the tram lines once again. Are we ready? Are we steady? This looks like a better start. We are off and away. Stolsemanis gets ahead of Riele as Turlu trying to keep ahead of Braken, but Braken trying to get past for third position. As, Bruno Mulders and Fahin Mega nearly come to dramas going through turn 3 as someone kicks up the dust between turns 3 and 4. And in many respects, a lot of drivers now cannot. I mean, it's 3 abreast going into turn 7 off of the Europalan. This is where some drivers now will have the opportunity to keep ahead of others. So Stolsemanis is leading after the completion of the first lap. The drivers, hopefully all 35 will have made it through. So Tommy van der Stroys, quite a few drivers have dropped. Vic Stevens ends up, who else have we got dropping down the order? Quite a few. Devian Rost and Olivier Jonkers, as there's more argy-bargy. That's for P5. Tommy van der Stroy's getting his elbows out. Foreign Mega's coming into the clutches of other drivers, so the likes of Luke Neeson's, Kasper Schomans, Schomans is already up to P11, and the youngster, just 11 years of age, is climbing up the order. But in the meantime, Stolsemanis and Gielert have got a little bit of a breakaway ahead of Tom Braken, who's about 0.8 of a second behind. A little bit clumsy there from Foreign Mega going over the curbs through turn 10. As Mega coming under fire, that's Edgar's Vilkans. I think this just got up the inside of him. And there is Kasper Schomans. So Foreign Mega, as there goes Kai Gielert up the inside to take the lead on lap 3 going through turn 2. So Foreign Mega looks to be dropping outside of the top 10. The German falling rather rapidly. Won the Minimax Grand Finals title in 2018 for Team Germany. And Dramas there, Kasper Schaumann, that has caused carnage behind, and that includes the 242 there. Matthijs Turlo. Matthijs Turlo and Kasper Schaumann's came together. Schaumann's went up into the air, was pitched literally widthways across, and that was the length of the kart itself. And several karts had nowhere, absolutely nowhere to go. So Kasper Schaumann's, I think that could be a possibility of a retirement for him, and maybe looks like Matthijs Turlo knows that his race is done and dusted. Kai Gillet still leading from Thomas Stolzemanis, having taken the lead on the previous lap. But again, we are seeing a very much repeated affair between these two titans at the front of the field. Stolzemanis has come in and literally put everyone on notice, and Gillet is sort of the one that's trying to defend home pride and also home turf here at Karting Genk. Tom Bracken, Tommy is in third. Tommy van der Stroys is battling away tooth and nail with the 277 of Bruno Mulders. So Mulders getting rather up close and personal. Edgars Wilkans is in a JJ Racing sandwich, and there's more dramas back, and that is the 220. That's Richard Thomas that has just had a drama, and that's coming through turn 8. I think I saw the 269 of Vic Stevens from Dams Racing. There are more ups and downs like than a yo-yo on a string at the moment, and there are drivers really not having the best of luck coming into there at the moment. So the drivers continuing to battle on, and here we have, that is Edgars Wilkans, and he's got Farin Mega. That looks to be Joip Briefeld that's got behind. As you can see, Matthijs Turlo's kart stricken to the left-hand side of the Europelan after that heavy impact between him and Kasper Schaumann's. So 8.5 minutes to go. There is still plenty to wait for, as now up the inside, Farin Mega and Joip Briefeld both get past Edgars Wilkans. That's going through into turn 10. So Mega opened the door, and Briefeld just decided to join in on the fun and get through. Ethan Jeffel showing another good bit of credence here, as there goes Stolzemanis up into the lead past Kai Gillet through into turn 2 on lap number 6. 8 minutes to go plus an additional lap. Oh, sideways from Gillet going through turn 5, all the way through it. Caught it and held it, so good job by Kai Gillet, but that could lose him a little bit of time to Stolzemanis. Well, it hasn't really, because the Belgians kept with the Latvian rather quickly as they go through into turn number 8, now into 9. So at the moment, Gillet is in second behind Stolzemanis. Tom Bracken is about 1.1 seconds away from this battle. Van der Stroys from the Netherlands trying to close in, or no, there is a change there, because Bruno Mulders has got past the number 254 of Tommy van der Stroys. Then it is Farin Mega, Max Knappen, Edgars Wilkans, as well as Joip Briefeld, Luc Niesen, Ethan Jeffel, Theo Blanc up into 12th position. Thomas Strauven is behind Montego Marson in the number 282. So Theo Blanc and Thomas Strauven have made their way, they scythed their way through this field. They have taken no prisoners whatsoever. So a few other drivers making their way up the order. Obviously, some drivers such as Kasper Schaumann's up to 19th now after that massive moment for him. So he's been able to carry on, and he's ahead of Rune de Bruyke. Thies Dams rounds out the top 21 ahead of Jori Schoens, Ralf van der Peyert, Julian Kloosman and Enzo Bol running at the top 25, who's got Austin Lee about 2.3 seconds behind him, as Gillet again looking up the inside of Stolzemanis. No gap appearing, as there is Tom Bracken, and here comes Bruno Mulders. Mulders very close to him. Well, that's hang on a second. Yeah, so you've got the leaders there. There is Mulders going up the inside of Tom Bracken. A little bit further back, you've got... So now we have a great battle here, because this means that Tommy van der Stroys is factoring in for what could be a possible provisional P3 at this particular moment in time. So what you will have is that it's going to be rather dicey between Braken, who's in the middle of Mulders and Van der Stroys. So he's the Belgian meat in a Dutch sandwich at the moment. And the top two covered. There goes Rielets up the inside to retake the lead on lap number 9 through turn 2 on Stolsemanis. So again, this chess strategy call by these two is, again, you can just see how hard Rielets is pushing. That car is literally the back end stepping out to the right hand side every time he goes through turn 5. And that says to me that a very, very different driving style between Stolsemanis and Kai Rielets. With Rielets leading now on what will be very shortly the completion of lap 9. But Tom Braken keeping close, but not too close, because one of the things he doesn't want to have happen is to have a front fairing penalty post-race. None of these drivers do. But sometimes it does happen as a part of karting, as the leaders now have 4.5 minutes, plus an additional lap to negotiate. Bruno Mulders still in third, Tom Braken, Tommy van der Stroys, Farin Mega, Max Knappen, Edgars Wilkans, Joop Brieveld and Theo Blanc rounding out the top 10. Ethan Jeff Hall has been passed by Luke Neeson in the meantime, as again Rielets very, very defensive ahead of Stolsemanis and is able to pull away going down the Europalan, but in the twisty stuff, the RM Latvia driver in the 2.13 just behind the Belgian from JJ Racing seems to have that extra little switch just to get past. And you can see now, to give the maximum amount of cooling for these engines, they've raised the flaps on the radiators on the right hand side just to get the maximum amount of airflow. But sometimes a little bit of debris can come through those radiators, and you can just see that they are pushing like crazy. Tom Braken is, well, the sort of like the curtain on his radiator isn't as far open as what you've got with Rielets and Stolsemanis, and you can just see now how much Kai Rielets is trying to keep away from Stolsemanis, but Stolsemanis again is just showing his caliber. And if he is in the Euro Trophy next week, I am not going to be at all surprised, because the defending champion will have the biggest fight on his hands for a title defence for 2021. And that's saying something, considering when those people that might remember a certain driver by the name of Mike Van Vugt, who works behind the scenes at JJ Racing nowadays, and with JVD Power as well. And you know, from my perspective here, it's a case of, well, let's see what happens, shall we? 2.5 minutes still to go in this final. And at the moment, Stolsemanis is trying to do the clean sweep on day 1. So whether Rielets has something to say about it as well. And it is going to be one of those things where these drivers now have to send it as best they can for the next 2 minutes, because it's all dependent on how you're now. Oh, now that's very interesting. I've just seen that is Farin Mega's front bumper, and that was flexing a little bit going down from turn 9 into 10. So I'm just wondering if it's a little bit loose on the underside. I'm not too sure. I'll just keep an eye on that, because you can see, yeah, that's actually wobbling a lot more than anyone else's front bumper. As now Stolsemanis. Oh, now he was very robust. He didn't. Now, one of the things is that a driver might say, "Oh yeah, well, you forced me off track." Goes, "Oh, did anyone catch that from Kai Rielets? He went sideways through turn 5 again." I mean, like literally, he lights up the rear tyres. As a little bit further back, it looks like Theo Blanc just got in the middle of Max Knappen and Joop Brieveld, and that is for 8th position. He was literally just scythed it up the inside of the Dutch driver. But we have just 60 seconds on the clock plus an additional lap. Thomas Stolsemanis will have to hold on for this and an additional lap, because we are about to complete lap number 13 of this final, the first one of 3 out of today. So on to the penultimate lap we go, lap 14, as Rielert's really keeping Stoltz guessing. Oh, Stoltz bumps over the runoff area. Rielert's trying to look towards the inside, going through turn 3. Now, did Rielert's get through? He didn't. That was through turn 3 and into 4. Kai Rielert's now has this and another lap and a half. Still, well, he has a lap and a half to go to see if he can put one past Thomas Stoltz. So if Rielert's is within a couple of tenths off of Stoltz when they go across the line for the final time, I think he's got an opportunity, and he's trying to build that momentum going through into the right-hander at turn 10. Timer has expired. We go on to the 15th and final lap of this race and the final lap of competition for the juniors today. Rielert's is now 0.160 behind. Oh, and he nearly went for the move there. He's trying to make Stoltz guess where he's going to place the kart. Into turn 4, tighter line taken by Rielert's. Through into 5, kept it under control there. Gets a little bit wider going into turn 6, but now he's got the run down the Europalan. And there goes Stoltz. Rielert's goes towards the left-hand side, tries to cut through going into turn 7. Stoltz. Oh, Rielert's trying to get towards the inside. Oh, they touch. Oh, there's the slightest of touches, and Stoltz has to wait. Oh my goodness me, Rielert's was like a rat up a drain pipe as soon as he saw Stoltz going wide. So through the last turn, Kai Rielert's gets on the winning ways again. And now that is provisionally speaking, I must add, because I'm wondering if there's going to be a look. Oh, now there's been a problem. That's Tom Bracken. Oh, he's broken down even coming out of the final corner. Tom Bracken will not even make it through the top 3. And he's trying to push the cart along. But Tom Bracken just kicks the side pod in frustration. The cart broke down on the final corner of the final lap. Disaster for Tom Bracken. He's got a lot more work to do tomorrow, let me tell you that right now. But Kai Rielert's originally takes the win from Bruno Mulders and Fahin Mega. That makes it a JJ Racing 1, 2, 3. Tommy van der Stroy's in 4th. Joik Briefeld in 5th. Theo Blin is 6th. Edgars Wilkans in 7th. Max Knappen, Ethan Jeff Hall and Luke Neeson round out the top 10. Thomas Stuyven in 11th, ahead of Nick Gerhards, Montego Maassen, Janis Diak, Javilbach Martiuk, Antoine Broggio. Casper Schomans recovered to 17th after that incident between himself and Matti Sturlo, with the latter retiring on lap number 3. Enzo Ball, Jori Schoens and Thies Dames rounds out the top 20 ahead of Thomas Stoltz. Austin Lee takes 22nd ahead of Devian Rust, Rune de Broeke, Vic Stevens, Oliver Jonkers, Baptiste Levesac, Boloet, Julian Klosman, Richard Thomas, Enzo van den Dickenberg. Bart Gubbles was the last of the 32 classified finishers, with Tom Bracken breaking down on the final corner of the final lap. Ralph van der Pavet eliminated on lap 12, with Matthias Turlo retiring on lap number 3. So we now have our penultimate final of day one of competition. DD2 out on circuit, and here is your starting order. So Glenn Van Perijs will start from pole position, having secured the victory in the pre-final a bit earlier on today. Good work from Fabian Bock, as always, as it looks like we have someone pulling off to the side of the track. That's the 452. Not going well for Bas van Vlimmeren. So Bas van Vlimmeren will be sitting on the nearest marshal post, so we'll be down to the 20 drivers before we've even hit the rolling start. So David De Forre and Ragnar Veras round out the top two rows. Mick Knowlton and Manuel Tenchert round out row 3. Janne Gussens and Matis Malinovskis, row 4. Sebastian Janchevski and Zander Triblak on row 5. Chopin and Subekis, row 6. Imke Arts and Mark Bartels, row 7. Sebastian de Grand and Henry Ayres round out row 8. David Maslakovitz and Maxim Deriksch ran out row number 9, with Dan Zopfi and Kasper Bielecki rounding out the top 20 with an unfortunate DNF before he's even gotten onto the sighting lap. Poor Bas van Vlimmeren on that particular occasion. So, yeah, this is going to be... We'll see how things go. Obviously, Van Perijs is the one that is the driver with the bullseye on the rear of his race overalls. So the drivers know who they need to gun for. However, it's one thing to be the hunt. It's one thing to do the hunting. It's another thing to be the one that's being hunted. But Glenn Van Perijs has taken it in his stride so far at this particular moment. So we'll see what happens over the next 13 minutes and an additional lap, shall we? So they make their way through into turn number 16. Van Perijs and Fabian Bock will bring them through into the tram lines, into which they head right now. So, are we ready? Are we steady? Looks like it's a good start. Van Perijs gets a good start as well, as this time David De Forre and Mick Knowlton managed to get their way past Fabian. Well, Knowlton nearly got his way past Fabian Bock going through turn 2, but the German stays in third place at the minute. As everyone trying to get through at this particular moment. Vampires has the initial lead going through turn 6 onto the Europlan. It's nearly 3 abreast coming out of turn 6 and onto the Europlan for the first time. So these drivers really having to do their level best to keep it on the black stuff for the first lap of asking. Davide Fore trying to go up the inside and gets through on Glenn Van Parijs going through into turn 10. So the defending champion gets an early warning shot across the bow as he now goes defensive on Fabian Bock, who's got Mick Knowlton breathing up his rear exhaust pipe as they now come across the line. So at the moment, Fore leading from Van Parijs. Goossens, Knowlton. 5th, it's Janchevski. 6th, it's Ragnar Virus. So Fabian Bock all the way down in 6th position at the moment, but he's going to try and do his level best. There's Sander Schublack who's just got past him. So Fabian Bock dropping positions, hand over fist, manual attention. Oh! Now, who was that steamer rolling in? That was Ricard Subekis going into turn 7. Now, that was definitely one of those moments that I think that Ricard Subekis needs a new change of underwear right about now after that moment, and I don't think it was just him that needs one. But look at the top 4. Yanni Goossens and Mick Knowlton closing on Glenn Van Parijs for the final this afternoon. As Mick Knowlton looking up the inside of Yanni Goossens going into turn 2. Is he going to get through? Oh, that's close. And they both nearly tangle. That's allowing Sebastian Janchevski, who absolutely sizes his way up the inside of Yanni Goossens going through turn 3. Oh, they were battling away, tyre wall to tyre wall, side pod to side pod. And Janchevski just went, thank you very much, that'll do. Now here comes Ragnar Virus and Sander Schublack, and also, oh, good to see Robert Schorpian from Karchmi representing Germany in the 477. He's keeping with them right now as Sander Schublack does the old Nigel Mansell dummy through into turn 10. He still keeps it on the black stuff, and Ragnar Virus had no opportunity to get up the inside, but the Estonian looks through into the next corner at turn 12. So now Glenn Van Parijs trying to go on the offensive against Davide Fore, and on this particular occasion he's not close enough yet. He was just over 2 tenths behind after the previous lap. Lap 3, we're now on to lap 4 as Sander Schublack trying to do his level best. As all there is a near coming together that was between Matis Malinovskis and Manuel Atentia, who's got Fabian Bock behind him. Now Fabian Bock was on the front row of the grid at the beginning of this race, but he has dropped unceremoniously down the order. You can sometimes in karting go from hero to 0 like that. So Fabian Bock finds himself in 11th place. We still have 9.5 minutes still to go, plus 1 additional lap, and the driver's still pushing. Glenn Van Parijs gets the gap down to just over 2 tenths of a second, but Mick Knowlton is closing. Yanni Goossens down in 5th place behind Sebastian Janchevski has now set the fastest lap of the race. And Glenn Van Parijs trying to do his level best as Yanni Goossens was looking up the inside of Sebastian Janchevski right there and then. But the 490 from Sheepers Racing, running on the Kart Republic chassis, unable to get his way past. So Dan Zopfi has also retired and even had a very, very, probably a technical problem onto the first lap of the actual race itself. So we are down to 19 out of 21 drivers. So Davide Fore. And so now there's the move up the inside. Now that was between Ragnar Virus, and I think that might have been Manuel Atentia. So Matis Malinovskis has also got past. So the the conga line has now officially started in DD2 here at the BNL Karting Series, and that is currently being led by one particular Latvian in the form of Matis Malinovskis in the 414, ahead of Manuel Atentia from Austria, Ragnar Virus, Fabian Bock, Imke Arts, Ricard Subekis, and David Maslakovic is in that train at the particular moment in time. Not too far behind, you've also got the likes of Sebastian de Grande and Marc Bartels. Henry Ayres is actually keeping pace with them. So as long as Henry keeps his nose clean and those in front lose their heads, he will be sitting pretty on a potential of getting up the order. Van Parijs on this particular occasion decides discretion is the better part of valour and opts not to fire it up the inside on Davide Fore on this particular occasion as they go through into turn 6 on the Europolan. Now I'm keeping an eye on Zander Przyblak because he was within, well, he was 1/100th slower than Goossens, who in turn was 3/1000ths quicker than Janchevsky, who is 4th. So you can see now that these drivers are really pushing like crazy. And it looks like good job by Robert Chopian now keeping his way up into what is 7th place. We're not done and dusted yet. We're about to hit half time on this race. And oh, that's a good move there by Manuel Tenschat up the inside of Matis Malinovskis. Ragnar Virus and Fabian Bock not too far behind. Imke Arts is a stone's throw behind Fabian Bock. So the Dutch driver should be looking to move her way up the order as they go down the Europolan. But Van Parijs is just biding his time. Zander Przyblak has set the fastest lap of the race. Well, that's something I customarily expect every time I see Zander Przyblak. He normally sets for fastest laps. But at this particular occasion, the drivers still pushing like crazy. There is no let-up. There is no respite. There is a personal best for Davide Fore, a 53.976 for the Italian with KSB. And then Bouvin's Glenn Van Parijs did a 54.027. And it's getting ever closer, a little bit further behind. So you have got Przyblak closing up, and he went on. Oh my goodness me, that was late on the brakes and then some from Zander Przyblak, who muscles his way past Yanni Goossens going through turn 8. Oh, that was classic Przyblak right there and then. Anyone might remember the move that he did last season, going around the outside through turn 7 on Sebastian Legrand, and nearly overtook Mick Knowlton at that same particular moment in time. But a great move there, just showing how aggressive you need to be when the opportunity presents itself. But it's also times when you need to hold fire, you need to wait, you need to sort of say to yourself, well, maybe in a couple of laps' time, I'll have the run on them, or I'll have the run on him or her, whoever's in front of me, and I'll know exactly, I'll pick my spot. I won't do like the baseball, the batters in baseball where they'll point if they're going to call out a home run. They're not going to do that here in karting. It's about keeping your cards close to your chest, and then when the moment presents itself, you will see very, very quickly how wide that gap can go. 4 minutes and 5 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. As now Sebastian Janchevsky is feeling the heat from Zander Przyblak. And Przyblak now goes for 4th position, gets the job done in absolutely ruthless, authoritarian style right there by the 402 from Stampex Motorsport. And now the real chase begins, because if they're not careful, if those two start battling again, Yanni Goossens will come along for the ride. And then they'll close on Mick Knowlton, who's in 3rd. Glenn Van Parijs in 2nd. And Davide Fore, who leads the way at this particular moment. And we are on lap number 11 of this race. So the drivers really pushing like crazy. There's no stopping them at the moment because Davide Fore has still got Glenn Van Parijs nigh on his back bumper. The good thing is that obviously all that dust to soak up all the fluids that was spilt on the outside of turn 1 have now sort of been brushed to one side thanks to the evolution of the racing line. So these drivers still keep pushing. They still keep moving forward. But now Van Parijs is giving Davide Foré notice that he is going to overtake him. It's not a case of if. It's always a case of when will that happen. And I think possibly within the next 90 seconds, we might have an answer to that $60,000 question. And now Van Parijs really closing up. He was very close coming through the apex of turn 12. Looks over his right shoulder. Gap between them just under 0.17 of a second. Van Parijs now, I think, to me, that's sort of like saying, well, he's going to wait. He's going to leave it until the last moment possible. And that's the sign of a driver filled with experience. And, you know, Van Parijs has been racing in Porsches. He's going back to Porsches this year, but he's still doing karting. You learn a lot through karting itself. And now we have a minute and a half remaining on the clock. And in the meantime, and keeping my eyes on what's been going, Zander Schriblak's been on absolute fire at the moment. He's put in a 53.8, and he's closing on McNulton for third place as they go through into turn 12. Van Parijs needs to get past Davide Foré very, very quickly. I would say probably if he needs to do it, he needs to do it on the next lap, as there's a dogfight between Janchevsky and Yanni Gersens as Schriblak now gets past Knowlton for the P3. Well timed by Zander Schriblak. So Schriblak now has to close in, and that gap is dwindling rather rapidly. We're going to have this and possibly another lap. I think maybe another couple of laps to go, because we're on lap number 14 of this race with 45 seconds on the clock. Going through turn 8. And there are our 5th and 6th place drivers. Sebastian Janchevsky, getting a very... now that side pod on Janchevsky's has started flapping in the breeze. So Sebastian Janchevsky's car, that is compromising him, but also that might not pass scrutineering post-race. And I think he knows it. As Janchevsky goes defensive. The side pod. That's instant mechanical black flag. Sebastian Janchevsky has to park it. That, to me, says straight away, that is a mechanical black flag. He needs to stop that kart. So Yanni Gersens now will have to get past him. But the biggest thing is that the side pod is actually a safety device for the driver as well. As the timer has now hit 0, Sebastian de Graan is battling away with possibly the likes of Kasper Bielecki. But we have one more lap to go after this one. I think that effectively Janchevsky needs to park it. No, he's not. That is going to fail scrutineering post-race. But the leaders go on to the final lap of this race here. Davide Foré has got the lead still ahead of Glenn Van Parijs. But Zander Schriblak has closed that gap now. Van Parijs trying to go up the inside of Davide Foré through turn 3 into 4, side by side. Will Parijs have the gumption to get through? He does not on this particular occasion. But he still has a few more tricks up his sleeve, does that crafty Belgian. What he will be able to do, maybe through turn 10 or through 12, but that's dependent on when Zander Schriblak, not if, when Zander Schriblak manages to get past. So they've got the run down to turn 10 for the first time, for the final time. 2 more corners to go into the left at 11. Schriblak, if he's got to try and do something, he's got to do it now. But Schriblak is trying to go up the inside. He tangles with Van Parijs. This is a repeat of what happened at the BNL kickoff. Davide Foré exuberant with joy. And it looks like by 1/1000th of a second, Zander Schriblak pipped Glenn Van Parijs to 2nd place. Mick Knowlton in 4th in the 4:03. Top 4 covered by just under 9.5 of a second. I don't think somehow that Sebastian Janchevsky's 5th place position will stand, because that side pod was flapping in the breeze, then flew off the kart. That is a mechanical black flag in my honest opinion. That will be down to race control on the stewards to decide. Tenscher in 6th, Gersens in 7th, Malinovskis, Chopin, Virus. That's the top 10. Fabian Bock in 11th, Imke Arts in 12th, ahead of David Maslakiewicz, Sebastian de Grand, Kasper Bielecki, Ricard Subekis, Mark Bartels, Henry Ayres, Maxime Dirich, rounding out the 19 that completed the full 16-lap race distance. Dan Zotfi and Bas van Vlimmeren unfortunately did not even make it. Well, Van Vlimmeren didn't even make it past the sighting lap, and Dan Zotfi didn't even make it into turn one on the very first lap of the race.
dernier tour, simplement le top dernier. Alors après, t'as des cours qui donnent des pénalités.
Say again?
Our last final of race day 1 here for the opening round of the 2021 BNL Karting Series season, the 14th season in prospects as the BNL was inaugurated back in 2008, and many great talents have come through these doors. We still have quite a few of them with us today, but also there are those that have decided to make their presence known within the Roll of Honour of the BNL Karting Series, and that, without exception, is also true of DD2 Masters. Here's your starting grid for their second race of the day, and it is as follows. Rudy Champion taking top honours in the pre-final earlier on today. Once again, will line up with Karl Kleeboort from Belgium. That's the front row. Christophe Adams, running under a Dutch licence this weekend, will have Ian Getz alongside from Belgium. Tom Dessert and Jonathan Wimore from France. That is row number 3. Pritsai from Estonia and Poland's Sławomir Moranski round out the top 8 positions on the starting grid. Ahead of Bruno dos Santos from France and Belgium's Frederick Bakert, aka Goose. He rounds out the top 10. Dmitry Ostrovsky starts from 11th, representing Germany. The 5.99 of Christophe Capitain, who had a technical drama in the first race today, starts from 12th. And Juris Zalaitis has managed to get a bit further up the road and not have a breakdown before they have even gone racing. So this is where, after this, well, anyone wants a fireworks display, because I'm sure we can oblige. 2 more senior Rotax heats, but DD2 Masters about to have their final race of the day. They'll have 2 more races tomorrow. So the clerk of the course, the race director, telling them to slow down and split, as they should do. So after this, 2 more races to go. And then we close out the action here at the Home of Champions. Go silent for a night and then come back tomorrow. So what happens now is we get ready to go racing once again. And the drivers now get going. And it looks like we have had a clean start once again, as Christophe Adams was looking up the inside of Karl Kleeboort, but Tom Dessert and Ian Getz, well, Getz has just absolutely thrown his weight past Christophe Adams on that particular occasion, and Adams now down in 4th position. Tom Dessert trying to go round the outside Was he trying to take a page out of Lewis Gilbert's playbook earlier on, just there and then? Because that was rather interesting indeed from Tom Dessert, but he has made some very robust and interesting manoeuvres, let's say, as the two leaders trying to do a breakaway at the moment. So, Champion leading from Klibble, Adams, Dessert, Pritzai, rounding up the top 6 positions. As they come round turn 12 to complete lap number 1. Champion has a 0.2 of a second advantage over Karl Klibble as Ian gets ahead of... Oh, now there was nearly a bit of argy-bargy between Dessert and Adams, but Pritzai up the inside of Dessert going through, and Frederick Baker, where has Goose got these wings off from all of a sudden? He's definitely flying his way through the field up into P7 ahead of Bruno Dos Santos and Christophe Capitan. Looks like there has been a drama for Slavomir Moransky from 46 team. He's at the back of the field, as there could be more possibilities of dramas. I think you're going to have some drivers sending it up the inside. Oh, that was close between Wimmo and Capitan going through turn 10. But Capitan kept it planted, but not on this particular occasion because Jonathan Wimmo has got past. But Capitan resurges going through turn 12. The pair were side by side. Rudy Champion now still has Karl Klibort not too far behind him. So the 2019 champion in second, the 2020 champion in first. And these drivers, they'll know each other well from last season. So Tom Dessert drops down to 6th position. Frederick Baker has got Bruno Dos Santos closing in on him, but the leaders still are keeping ahead as they go through turn number 12. Rudy Champion being hustled now. Karl Klibort has put in the fastest lap of the race, so 54.826 from the 510 into turns 1 and 2. And Champion still holds on. Karl Klibort still in 2nd position, but it's going to be a case of not if, it's going to be a case of when that change takes place, because Ian Gebst is still ahead of Christophe Adams in the battle for 3rd place. Tom Dessert has now had Pritzai overtake him, Frederick Baker, Bruno Dos Santos, Yuris Zalaitis, Christophe Capitan, Jonathan Wimmo, Dmitry Ostrovsky and Slavomir Moransky. All 13 drivers still circulating. I did notice there a little bit sideways from Frederick Baker coming out of turn 9 just about 15 or so seconds ago. So the drivers now, the top 2, Champion and Klibort, 2.5 of a second apart. And there's been no real change in any sort of pendulum swing of momentum, because Karl Klibort is trying his level best. He's pushing that cart as huge as possible, but then you look at the battle behind. So you've got Ian Gebst, Christophe Adams, Pritzai, and unfortunately dropping a little bit further back into the distance is Frederick Baker. It's not Frederick Baker, that is Tom Dessert. And Frederick Baker at the moment has been doing personal best after personal best. He's just under a 10th shy of the lap times that Tom Dessert is putting in. But Ian Gebst now coming under fire from Christophe Adams in the 555. They go down the start-finish line. They go into turns 1 and 2. Adams up the inside of Gebst. Now retakes 3rd position. So Christophe Adams has not lost any of his strategy calls. He can pull the rabbit out of the hat like a magician at a moment's notice. And that was one of those times. And whenever I've had the pleasure and, well, the honour of speaking to him, I wouldn't say, well, I'd say the pleasure or the company of speaking to him, depending on which way you want to put it. Christophe Adams, you know, a jovial man, but when he's rather honest, you get this very different looking individual. And he says that sometimes I just don't have the speed, but he makes up for it in terms of exuberant experience, let's say. That's a bit of alliteration for a Saturday afternoon, a double E there. But he now knows where to place the car, and he's signalling to those behind. You try and signal to someone behind saying, hey, come on, let's catch up to those two in front. Well, who in their right mind is going to listen to you unless they want to gain something out of it, and you be the one that's on the receiving end of the short end of the stick? Well, that's dependent on your point of view. But Carl Clivot, oh, there's Pritzai up the inside of Ian Getz going through into turn 7. Nice catch by the broadcast crew there. And now Tom Dessert is going to be factoring in and possibly thinking of when he can get past Ian Getz. But whilst this has been happening, Christophe Adams is starting to pull a gap. And then there's Ian Getz trying to go defensive on Tom Dessert, which works that time, going through the right-hander at turn number 10. So we hit half-time in this race, 6.5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. And it is still business as usual at the front of the field. Rudy Champion and Carl Clivot leading the way. They are just over 0.2 of a second of each other, as here goes Tom Dessert up the inside of Ian Getz to now retake 5th position, as then Getz returns the favour on the very next corner. Oh, brilliant stuff. And here comes Goose. Watch out. Frederick Bakert's on a mission, and he's trying to go toe-to-toe, mano a mano, with the current reigning BNL Karting Series kickoff champion. Slavomir Moransky on lap 6 has unfortunately parked it. So this battle now. So the good thing is now, how long will it be? Now, will Carl Clivot look to do the business and try and get past Rudy Champion? The biggest thing is that the results from all 4 races are definitely, well, the results from the week from all 4 races goes towards the weekend result. As Pritzai nearly outbreaks himself trying to go banzaiing up the inside of Christophe Adams. And what's more, Christophe Adams saw that coming. So Pritzai just really went absolutely flying into turn 7. That could have been so much worse than what it ended up being. So Pritzai kept it on the tarmac. Moransky is now confirmed as a retirement on lap number 6. A real shame for the 2018 Euro Trophy DD2 Masters champion. But now Carl Clivot senses a little window of opportunity might be presenting itself. And here we go. Carl Clivot up the inside of Rudy Champion with plenty of joie de vivre in that overtaking manoeuvre through turn 6. So Carl Clivot wanting to get a little bit of confidence going into tomorrow. They have, let's not forget, another qualifying session tomorrow morning. And that is going to be rather crucial, because Carl Clivot in 2019, if people remember this, that Carl Clivot had a 100% winning streak in the first 8 races of the season. And it was enough to keep him as champion at the end of that year, and puts him in place on Team Belgium's squad at Sarno in late October of 2019, along with Christophe Adams. So 3.5 minutes to go. Carl Clivot leading proceedings on lap number 11. Rudy Champion on the same chassis machinery. They're both running on the Sodica chassis. Then you've got Christophe Adams and Pritzai still battling away over 3rd place. And there is the 5 and the 501. Then they're being followed by Ian Getz. And I must be completely honest here, to see Frederick Baker outpace Tom Dessert, I'm very, very surprised at that. But Frederick Baker has come on leaps and bounds into the kickoff. And the first 2. Oh, now Champion was looking for a move up the inside, but could not get past Clivot. As long as he's right up his back bumper going into turn 6, he might have an opportunity to do so. Oh, Champion looked up the inside. Champion looks up the inside, but Klibble able to keep himself ahead, and Champion behind him, getting towards the last few moments of this race, and then the DD2 Masters drivers will be able to have a little bit of a respite ahead of tomorrow. And in terms of their qualifying session, it will be 10:30 tomorrow morning for DD2 Masters for their qualifying session. So this, plus I would think, on 2 minutes to go, we'll have this plus possibly another 2 or 3 laps. So we're on lap number 13. So yeah, we have been hitting 16 lap race distances so far on a majority of the categories, which includes DD2 and DD2 Masters. Klibble still keeping Champion at bay as they go through turn 7 into the right-hander at 8. So just under 90 seconds to go in this race. Karl Klibble will have this plus 2 additional laps remaining to keep himself in clear contention for this weekend. But, oh, Champion was within a tenth of Klibble and managed to get through rather quickly. Champion had the run. Now it's time for Karl Klibble to bring back some of those wonderful memories of great racecraft and great overtaking. Through into turn 7, they go. And Klibble right up close and personal with Champion. Ritzai has now got past Christoph Adams for 3rd position as the leaders make their way through into turn 10. If Karl Klibble can be within a tenth and a half of Rudy Champion, he's got a chance. Through into turn 12. We're about to go on to the penultimate lap with 13 seconds still remaining on the clock. Karl Klibble waiting, biding his time, but he'll have this and another lap to go. And he's got a really good turn of pace going through 3 and 4. And into the right at 5, going towards the outside to get the switch back, going through turn 6 onto the Europlan. That's a great carry there. Karl Klibble, is he going to try and go up the inside? No. Champion closes off the door. With this and another additional lap remaining, Rudy Champion knew the move was coming, waited for Karl Klibble to stick his nose up alongside the 544 from Piquet's Competition. And that has allowed Champion to now get that chance of being the first one to see the final lap board. So, Rudy Champion goes on to the 16th and final lap of this race. That's 32 laps completed by these DD2 Masters drivers. Well, all of them. Dmitry Ostrovsky, unfortunately, on lap number 13, has parked the car, and the 580 from Germany is out of the race. So Karl Klibble getting a bit closer in the braking zone through turn 7 for the final time, through the right-hander at 8. Into the left at 9, and then it's down the short blast into the right-hander at turn 10. It has been a pretty good moment in the office at the moment for Rudy Champion, because again it is 2 for 2. Rudy Champion, pole position and 2 wins on the first day of competition, beating Karl Klibble by just over 3 tenths. Pritzai takes 3rd place from Estonia in the 501. Christoph Adams in 4th place, having got himself up into 3rd. Ian Getz managed to get himself into the sharp end of the grid and also managed a very good, solid 5th place finish. Tom Nisser in 6th, ahead of Frederick Baker, who takes a top 7 finish, does Goose. Bruno Dos Santos, Jonathan Wimore, Christophe Capitain, Yuris Zalaitis rounding out the 11 that finished the race, with Dmitry Ostrovsky retiring on lap 13 and Slavomir Moransky retiring on lap number 6. Our penultimate senior road tax heat of the day. It's heat number 5, groups A versus C. Here is your starting grid. So on the front row, it's Nick Cuppens and Mark Kimber that will be on the front row. Behind them will be Luca Leistra and Eliska Babičková. Lachlan Robinson and Max Stemmerdink, row 3. Storm Brouwer, Danny Prins, row 4. Bas Janssen and Christian de Klein ran out the top 10. James Lingard and Wout Kerstjens ran out the top 12 ahead of Luca Thiel and Lars Zenen. David Lachner and Gilles Chloé, that's row 8. Noah Hip and Semban Thiel, that's row 9. Paul Forkema and Lester Ellenkamp ran out the top 20. Followed that up with Clémentine Benoit, Devin Sagadi, Emily de Hoys, Mario Sidler, Anthony Boulou, Bart de Witt, Flint Schuring, Remco Bahn, Colin van Lammeren, Julien Hache, Yuri Tenhef, Antoine Antier, and 33rd, and by no means least, Francis Stéphane Lemounot. So another 7 minute plus an additional lap heat. We've had 2 different winners today, each securing 2 victories. It's both Lewis Gilbert and Callum Bradshaw at the moment. So we could be in for a bit of a rough ride this afternoon for the next 2 races. As we come to the conclusion of day 1, the top 30 after intermediate classification will proceed to the A finals tomorrow. And then the top 6 from the second chance heat, which kick-starts the action post-qualifying, will be at 10:45 for the remaining 36 drivers that will need to try and qualify for the final 6 positions. And then the remainder will go into battle for the B finals, so pre-final and final. We do actually have trophies for both the B and the A final as well. So the drivers get themselves ready. Cuppens, Kimber, Leistra, Babičková, Robinson, Stemmerdink, Brouwer, Prins, Janssen, de Klein. That is the top 10. They now make their way through into the tram lines. Are we ready? Are we steady? It looks like we've got a good start, and Nick Cuppens keeping the lead for the moment. Luca Leistra, oh, now that's very wide for... Now, I'm wondering, was that a full start? But the thing is that everyone is still going at full speed. There is no yellow flags being shown, but it looks like, yeah, the timer is still ticking down. On the live timing that I've got, you can head to motorsport-events.se/BNL live. So the timing has reset itself and readjusted. So Nick Cuppens leads from Luca Leistra, Mark Kimber, Lachlan Robinson, Eliska Babičková. Then we got Max Stemmerdink, Danny Prins ahead of Storm Brouwer as they filter their way through into turns 10 and 11, through into 12. So Nick Cuppens will bring them across the line to complete the first lap, as now Luca Leistra up the inside. Nicely done from the Bovin Power driver, and there is Mark Kimber. Lachlan Robinson just waiting again. He's in 4th position. And so far, he's had a 12th place, a 4th place, and this could be very, very good, very conducive to his start, as Kimber has now got past Nick Cuppens for 2nd place. So it will be a case of when Robinson decides to go for it, he will just have to watch it, as will every other driver. Karting is a non-contact sport as they go through turn 10. 5 minutes and 20 still to go, plus an additional lap. Nick Cuppens looking all over the back of Mark Kimber at the moment, and there he goes up the inside to retake 2nd position. And Lachlan Robinson now trying to factor in, and oh, he definitely does the old switcheroo there as Lachlan Robinson. Now that looks to be a little bit of contact between front and rear bumper. So that's Cuppens' rear bumper and Kimber's front, because you can see that white has been made very, very dark all of a sudden, as Eliska Babičková battling her way with quite a few other drivers, and that includes Storm Brouwer, that includes Max Stemmerdink, Danny Prins factoring in, Lars Zenen, Luca Thiel, amongst others in that mix. So we fast approach 4 minutes to go plus 1 lap. Luca Leistra now has a comfortable lead. Maybe say that's about a second or 1.2 seconds. Make that a second. So Cuppins in second. As there goes Kimber, forcing his way up the inside of Nick Cuppins, and Lachlan Robinson tries to put his way through into third place and narrowly shuts the door in front of Eliska Babičková. Does the Dubai-based driver in with KR Sport, and he looks over his right shoulder to see where Eliska Babičková is in terms of proximity, and she's closing on the rear bumper of the 316 from the UAE. So we now are hitting half-time in this race. 3 minutes and 30 plus an additional lap to go. Flint Schuring up to 25th. Emily De Hoy's up to 28th. James Lingard up to 18th, having dropped down the order initially. Lester Ellenkamp and Wu Kirstens ran at the top 15. Leistra leads by 1.6 seconds as they're nearly tripping all over each other behind. Kimber went for a move on Cuppins. He's going to try and do that now. He forces his way through. Oh, Lachlan Robinson up the inside. That was a demon move there from Lachlan Robinson up the inside through into turn 4, and that was on Mark Kimber. So the thing is that Robinson, if Cuppins was any wider coming out of turn 4, Robinson would have had second. That was great timing from Lachlan Robinson. So he's now up into P3. Look at Leistra, looks to extend that gap even further. It was 1.6 seconds. Robinson has a chance, as does Cuppins, as does Kimber, as does Babičková. Stemerding Kumbra can also be considered in this. Don't forget the fact of some drivers such as Danny Prince in there, Lars Zanen in there as well. The gap now 2.2 seconds. Robinson up the inside like a rat up a drain pipe past Nick Cuppins going into turn 2. And now, if that move was a couple of minutes ago, I would have said that Lachlan Robinson, if he's got the pace behind him, will be able to move forward. He's running in the 55.3s. Lars Zanen has put in the fastest lap of anybody, a 54.902. Luca Leistra looks to become the third different winner today. But Lachlan Robinson from the UAE made his he basically made his debut in a full season in Europe last year at the Euro Trophy. Had a great season. Struggled amidst the difficulties in Adria with rain during qualifying, but he showed his true prowess during the very hot Italian sunshine that permeated all the way through that week. 1 minute 24 to go. Leistra now has a lead of over nearly 2.5 seconds over Robinson. Cuppins getting assaulted a little bit maybe by Kimber. Babičková just behind. So 3 battling away over the final step in the top 3. And then you've got Stormbra, Lars Zanen, Bas Janssen, Danny Prince, Christian De Klein. A little bit of side-by-side action. De Klein gets pounced on by Luca Thiel, as now Robinson has got a little bit of a gap. He was about 3.5 tenths up the road from Nick Cuppins. And now it's just the waiting game. Who's going to go for it when you least expect it? Who's going to put that move in that could decide a positional change? Well, not at this particular moment in time, because Luca Leistra now comes across the line and goes on to the 8th and penultimate lap, as it sort of swings and roundabouts between 3rd, 4th and 5th. You don't know which one of them is going to be the one that's going to be the sharp end of that train or at the back end of it come the end of this race. As there goes Babičková up the inside of Kimber through turn 6. Nicely done by the Czech Republic driver. And keeps it ahead, going down the Europalan into turn 7. But look behind. It is not over yet. And I think possibly it looks more than likely, well, it is pretty much a certainty that Luca Leistra has scampered away into the distance. The Buvin Power driver on the Kart Republic chassis will make his way through turn 12 and get the last lap board. Lachlan Robinson looks to be a bit more secure in 2nd position. So last lap board is out. Gap between Leistra and Robinson, 2.5 seconds. Robinson's got a 7/10 of a second advantage over Nick Cuppins, who is coming under fire. And it's going to be rapid fire from both Eliska Babichkova and Mark Kimber. Stormbrower waiting in the wings. Babichkova goes for the move on Cuppens. He gets the switchback. And Kimber now trying to get through past the Czech driver going into turn 7. There goes Stormbrower. Oh, and he tangles with Babichkova. She hits the barriers. Oh my goodness me, that was a great run for Eliska Babichkova, but Stormbrower, I think, went in a bit too hard there, and that could be very much under scrutiny from race control as they're all squabbling over the scraps under the table. Luca Lystra comes round the final corner. He's going to take the victory. Lachlan Robinson from the United Arab Emirates from KR Sport takes a well-deserved second. And it looks like Nick Cuppens holds on to third ahead of Mark Kimber. Lars Zanen in 5th place. Buzz Janssen in 6th. Danny Prinz, Max Stemmerdink, Christian de Klein and Lester Ellenkamp round out the top 10. Luca Thiel in 11th. James Lingard, Paul Fochemar, Sam Van Thiel and Stormbrower round out the top 15. Whoa, I need to catch my breath for a second. That was intense, that last couple of minutes of that race. So, Stormbrower, that is a provisional P15, I must admit there. Noah Hipp, Wood Kirstens, David Lackner, Clementine Benoit, Anthony Boulou ran out the top 20. Emily de Huijsen 21st ahead of Colin van Lammeren, Devin Sagadi, Mario Sidler, Bart de Wit, Remco Baan, Antoine Antier, Yuri Tenhef, Flint Schuring, Stefan Lemuneau, and Julien Hache running at the 31 strong. Eliska Babikova eliminated as a result of the clash caused, I think, by Stormbrower, but we will leave the jury out on that one because that is something for race control to decide. Gilles Clouet, unfortunately, retiring on lap number 4.
le rouge. À Genk, c'est diable jaune. Ah là 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 là. Catastrophe. Allez. Bye bye.
It's now time for our final race of day one here at the BNL Karting Series for the opening day of the 2021 season. Senior Road Tax out, this time is Groups B versus D, and here is your starting grid. Callum Bradshaw will be on pole position. Alongside him will be the Czech Republic's Teresa Babičková in the 369. Juho Valtonen and Lewis Gilbert will be on row number 3. Erhard Turka and Sean Butcher, row 4. Sam Bergstein and Patrick Rundqvist, row 5, completing the top 10. Ralf Winkel and Patrick Lokmelis rounds out the top 6 rows ahead of Thomas Martins, who has France's Nicolas Picot alongside him. Luna Blum and Danny Van Hoyten, that is row 8. Mika Barthelemy and Dylan Lahaye round out row 9, with Beer Dorrestein and Yasharam Jankan rounding out the top 20. Jens van der Heyden and Jordi van der Eyck round out row 11. Adrian Labuda and Vilgot Edquist, that is row 12. Daniel Hunt, Scott Westhovens, Linus Hensen, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Bastian Barlage, Luca Costa, Max Busch, Tern Schmidt and Lucas Schoenmakers. That is the 33 strong grid that will go into battle for the next 7 minutes plus an additional lap. And at the moment, we're going to find out whether we do have a third, well, if we have a driver that picks up 3 race victories this very day. And at the moment, it is level pegging between the drivers in 1st and 4th position at the moment. So Callum Bradshaw has won 2 heats. Lewis Gilbert has won 2 heats. Luca Lystra won the previous one. So now, this is the final opportunity for those drivers that think they are in the top 30 Well, one thing that is very, very true about motorsport, it's unpredictable. No one is safe yet until the intermediate classifications and the results have been correlated, double-checked and triple-checked. We'll find out who's going to win our sixth and final senior road tax heat here at Karting Genk. Into the tram lines we go. Are we ready? Are we steady? And it looks like we do have a pretty good start there. So Callum Bradshaw starts to command proceedings at the front of the field ahead of Teresa Babičková. Lewis Gilbert is now up into third plus, Juho Valtonen, but it looks like, I'm just wondering, now there is a yellow flag that has just started being waved. I'm wondering, that's a false start. So yeah, race directs are not happy. It looked like a fairly clean start from my perspective. Obviously, I'd love to be there with you all at Karting Genk, but I am commentating from the United Kingdom at the moment. So the pictures that people see on their live streams is exactly what I'm seeing right now. So it is a reset. It is take two. So a full course yellow has been brandished circuit wide here at the home of champions. So everyone needs to be crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and getting ready to go racing. So once again, your top 10. It is Bradshaw from Babičková, Valtonen, Gilbert, Coppens, Walker, Turker, Butcher, Bergstein and Rundqvist into the tram lines for the second time of asking. Revs rise, we go lights out, and it's a good start once again as they are all absolutely battling with each other as Babičková has been muscled out of the way. She's down to fourth place as Valtonen in second. As it's side by side, that's Aaron Walker and Milan Coppens. Oh, there's been a massive, massive incident. Carts everywhere. That, I would think, that is not... Oh my goodness me. That was hefty, to say the very, very least. And I will not be at all surprised. I mean, if everyone gets away with that, it looks like they have. If there is a full course yellow brandished after that one, depending on debris on the track, it looks like everyone's gotten away with that. And they've started circulating. And it's 2x2 hurrah going through turn 10. But that was an absolutely massive incident that caught out at least 7 or 8 cars. It happened in the midfield as Lewis Gilbert trying to get past Juho Valtonen, and he does so. And at the moment it's Bradshaw from Valtonen, Gilbert, Walker, Babičková. Names dropping down the order. Nicola Picot was in that, I think. Jordi van der Eyck also in that as well. So Luca Kirster all the way down in 33rd. So Callum Bradshaw leads the way in the 360 from Strawberry Racing. He's got teammate Lewis Gilbert behind him. Now we might see the gloves come off within the not within the confines of the Strawberry Racing awning, but out here on the circuit as Aaron Walker gets his way past Juho Valtonen. Teresa Babičková in close proximity. Sean Butcher is now ahead of Milan Coppens and Patrick Rundqvist to that. So there's a little bit of chaos sport colour bringing its way into the mix as Gilbert up the inside of Bradshaw through into turns 1 and 2. And having spoken to Lewis and his mum, Jennifer, who I know is watching at home on many a regular occasion, this is one of his favourite circuits to race at. You can see why, because he's got a lot of knowledge of this track. But there are some very, very competitive pedalers in this class, as always. And look at the train that has just come. It's concertinery. It is absolute. Oh, there's a great move there. That is from, I'm just going to have a look there. That was Babičková on Walker going through turn 9. Great move by the Czech Republic driver as now Bradshaw knows that Babičková is behind. Goes for the lead up the inside of turn 12. And that is Jordi van der Eyck's car there as well. So Winkel, van der Eyck and Costa as now it's all elbows out. Everyone wants a piece of the pie and no one's going to go unless they've got an opportunity. But Sean Butcher with an audacious attempt going round the outside. I think that was on Teresa Babičkova through turn 3 and 4. And now Valtonen is dropping down the order. Butcher's got past him. Rundqvist just behind. The Swede is trying to get past the Finn, going down the Europalan and into turn 7. But Patrick Rundqvist has to wait for his next opportunity. 3.5 minutes still to go on this race. And just like the previous heat, Groups A versus C, nothing is quite set in stone, as now this is where it needs to count, as Butcher goes up the inside of Babičkova through turn 12. The Australian, now residing in London, takes 4th position away from the Czech driver. And Patrick Rundqvist has now got past Juho Valtonen going through into turn number 2. 180 seconds on the clock remaining, plus an additional lap. Bradshaw ahead of Gilbert. These two are battling for bragging rights going into tomorrow, because whoever's got 3 wins will be at the top of the classification going into the A pre-final tomorrow, which will take place at 12:45 local time here in Belgium. Gilbert still. Now I know that there's always something in the back pocket of the dual ride diamond, Lewis Gilbert. He will have a chance, and I think it could be within the next lap or two. If Lewis Gilbert keeps as close as he is to Callum Bradshaw, he has a chance. 85 thousandths. Gilbert retakes the lead going into the apex of turn 1. He was 85 thousandths behind. Aaron Walker making it a British 1-2-3. And if you count Sean Butcher, well, he has got a British licence that he's competing on. That makes a clean sweep of the top 4 for Great Britain. Teresa Babičkova, Patrick Rundqvist, Juho Valtonen, Ehad Turka. We've had more retirements. So Lukas Schoenmakers. Oh, that's Linus Henson from Karchmy, the RMC Germany champion from 2020. He's had massive dramas coming out of turn 6. He's back up to speed early. We're now down to 28 drivers, and at the back end of the field it is Nicolas Picot that is rounding out the 28 strong. So at the moment we've lost Max Busch, Lukas Schoenmakers, Ralf Winkel, Jordi van der Eyck and Luca Costa. Right, this train, just look at it now. We've got less than 90 seconds on the clock to go, as there goes Walker up the inside of Bradshaw to now take 2nd position. Bradshaw retaliates and goes back up the inside. This is opening the door for Sean Butcher. Butcher nearly goes up the inside of Walker through turn 4 and nearly got the move done. As now Walker back up the inside of Bradshaw. There comes Sean Butcher. He's got the run, but he hasn't got enough of a slipstream to get alongside Callum Bradshaw. Teresa Babičkova, Patrick Rundqvist and Juho Valtonen, they are battling over what is effectively now 2nd position, because Lewis Gilbert has gotten away. He's scarpered away like a cat on a hot tin roof that's been rather promptly scalded. So the dual ride diamond out in front of all and sundry. So we go on to the 8th and penultimate lap of this race. Lap 7 completed. Lap 8 now on the cards. 9/10 between Walker. Butcher's up into 3rd past Babičkova. Rundqvist up into 5th. Callum Bradshaw will not be getting a 3rd successive victory in 3 heats today, because Lewis Gilbert is the one that is shining brighter the most, as the timer will now expire as he will exit coming out of turn 7 off of the Europalan. So Dory's finest. Lewis Gilbert still ahead. Aaron Walker in 2nd. Sean Butcher has an opportunity in the last lap and a bit to try and see if he can get past Aaron Walker, but he's got to be up close and personal. Oh! Now that was Dylan LaHaye on customary rambunctious form from the Belgian in the 3:28. One more lap remaining. Lewis Gilbert has a comfortable advantage. It's now just under 8/10. Sean Butcher looked for a possible opportunity on Aaron Walker, but on that particular occasion he was 2/10 adrift. It was not close enough for the 301 from KR Sport. The reigning and defending champion Teresa Babičkova has kept things clean, and she stays in 4th at the moment. There are just a handful of corners to go. Turn 8, the leader makes his way through. Lewis Gilbert still ahead. and has not looked back. He's kept the blinkers on like a primed racehorse and has not looked back. He is just keeping himself moving forward ahead of what is going to be an emphatic, clean sweep of wins. 3 for 3, the Dorite Diamond back in fine shining style. Lewis Gilbert becomes the first driver to win 3 races this weekend. Aaron Walker finishes in second. Sean Butcher makes it a top 3 for Great Britain, even though we still have to acknowledge his Australian roots. I'm sure his dad, Glenn, who's watching at home in London, will definitely appreciate that particular sentiment there. Teresa Babičková makes it a Czech Republic driver in the top 4. Callum Bradshaw makes it 4 Brits out of the top 5. He was on course to go toe-to-toe with Lewis Gilbert, but things didn't work out as he planned. Juho Valtonen in 6th, Dylan LaHaye in 7th, Patrick Rundqvist in 8th ahead of Erhard Tucker and Beard Dorrestein rounding out the top 10. Milan Koppens in 11th ahead of Vilgot Edqvist, ahead with Patrick Lock-Mellis, Luna Blum, Danny van Ruyten rounding out the top 15. Nika Barthélemy, Tern Schmidt, Jens van der Heyden, Scott Westhovens and Daniel Hunt rounds out the top 20 with Bastian Barlage, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Sam Bergstein, Linus Hensen, Yashram Jankan, Adrian Labuda and Nicolas Picot being the last of the 27 runners and riders that finished in that race. Thomas Martins retired on lap 7, Max Busch lap 3, Lucas Schaumakers lap 3, with Ralf Winkel, Jordi van der Eyck and Luca Costa not even making it to the end of the very first lap. After what has been an interesting opening day of the 2021 season for the BNL Karting Series, 6 action-packed, highly charged senior Rotax races. So, effectively, tomorrow is another day. There are people that are going to have to fight back in the senior Rotax ranks, and the juniors, DD2 and the DD2 Masters will have another opportunity to get some points on the board for 2021. On behalf of the entire team here at the BNL Karting Series, everyone at Karting Genk, this is Alex Goldschmidt, the official voice of the BNL Karting Series, wishing you a very, very pleasant evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10:45 local time. That's 9:45 UK time for the resumption of the first round of the season, and it's day 2 of racing. Good night, stay safe, see you in the morning. the prize ceremony for the 2020 BNL Karting Series Championship results. And so at 17:45, that's 5:45 p.m., we will get things underway. We will be handing out the trophies for juniors, seniors, DD2 and DD2 Masters. So the following drivers, I know that quite a few of you are already present. So Tim Gerhards, Kai Gielatz and Luca Schoenmakers for junior Rotax. Senior Rotax, Sean Butcher, Mike Van Vuust, Luca Leistra for seniors. DD2s, Mick Knowlton, Zanov Schublak and Glenn Van Parijs. And also for DD2 Masters, Rudy Champion and Christophe Adams. We are aware that Tamsin Germain is unable to make it this weekend. So if those drivers could make themselves available down at the normal podium where we do hand out the trophies at 17:45 this evening. Thank you. Just a reminder for all drivers that were called earlier on this evening, reference the Champions Prize ceremony for 2020 that is set to get underway in just under 9 minutes' time. I need to call the following drivers. So once again, so this is in order of class. So Ginny Rotax, Tim Gerhards, Kai Gielats and Luca Schoenmakers. Senior Rotax, Sean Butcher, Mike Van Vugt, Luca Leistra. DD2, Glenn Van Parijs, Zandop Schublak and Mick Knowlton. And DD2 Masters, Rudy Champion and Christophe Adams. We are aware that Tamsin Germain is not able to attend this weekend due to current restrictions. Could we please make sure, if you are attending the podium ceremony, especially that's everyone involved, please make sure that you wear your face masks and adhere to social distancing regulations. Thank you. This is a final call regarding the championship prize ceremony for 2020. We still are waiting on Christoph Adams and Luca Leistra. Please report to the podium as soon as possible. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the prize-giving ceremony for the 2020 BNL Karting Series season. Firstly, of course, this has been a long time in waiting. However, we're really pleased to have you all with us that have been able to make it to the ceremony this evening. First of all, we'll kickstart with the Junior Road Tax division. So, in third place, representing the Netherlands, from JJ Racing, ladies and gentlemen, Lucas Schoonmakers. So Lucas now in Senior Rotax for 2021. Congratulations to him. Second place in the Junior Rotax division, representing Belgium from JJ Racing, Kai Gielerts. And your 2020 Junior Rotax BNL Karting Series champion, representing the Netherlands from Stan Pex Motorsport, Tim Gerhards. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give your appreciation for Lucas Schoonmakers, Kai Gielerts and Tim Gerhards from Junior Rotax for 2020. So next up, we will have our senior Rotax division up next. In third position, representing Belgium, Bouvin Powers, Luca Lystra. Your runner-up for 2020 has secured titles previously in the BNL karting series, representing the Netherlands last year with RB Motorsports, Mike van Vuust. And he's had to borrow a race suit in the meantime. So good to have him back with us. But ladies and gentlemen, your 2020 BNL Karting Series Senior Rotax Champion, representing Great Britain from KR Sport, Sean Butcher. I don't know what Dave Ritson is showing, but I'll ask Sean a bit later on when I get the opportunity. But ladies and gentlemen, your Senior Rotax Championship podium for 2020. So we now... So we go to DD2 for our third podium. In third position, from GKS Lemons Power, representing the Netherlands, Mick Knowlton. Your runner-up for 2020. He has to fight to get the title back this season. Representing Belgium, Zander Schublak. But your winner for 2020 and is your 2020 BNL Karting Series DD2 champion from Bouvin Power, representing Belgium, Glenn van Parijs. So there we go, your DD2 championship podium for 2020. We have one more to go before you can all enjoy the rest of your evening and chill out and get ready for tomorrow. Firstly, in third place, Tamsin Germain from Great Britain. Not here with us this weekend, but hopefully we'll have Tamsin back in the paddock very, very soon indeed. So, your runner-up for 2020 when it comes to DD2 Masters, it is the one, the only, Mr. Christoph Adams. So another new champion in 2020 joined the honour roll here at the BNL Karting Series. Representing France from Piquet's Competition, Rudy Champion. So a big thank you to all those that attended. Stay safe, look after yourselves, have a great day's racing tomorrow. And for those watching on the official live stream, we will see you just before 10:45 Central European Summertime as we go into day 2 of the first round of the BNL Karting Series season. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. Good night and have a very good evening.